Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. Thank you for joining us here on Twitch for another Sea of Spears Sunday. Thanks for watching our video on YouTube if you're one of those weirdos. It's okay, we don't judge.
But like and subscribe and comment for engagement.
Yeah, like all that stuff, sure. We are kicking off episode 73. The prelude is almost finished, and we just might start the campaign this episode. We are getting ready for some of the high drama kickoff. So thank you for joining us today. And I hope that you are holding on to your tits because it's going down. So first though, accounting. Because we left off in the middle of some kingdom management-y stuff as part of our kind of time skip. And we're going to keep doing some kingdom managing stuff. So let's start with Reyna. How's Reyna doing? How's the house looking? How have things been going lately? Any
Good.
big news in your life or womb?
Oh my god,
Whoa,
Yeah, like who's been in there
You
lately?
tell us, Rusty.
yeah. Rusty.
Nothing. I'm good. Nothing. I'm fine. I'm drinking my drink. I'm a good person.
All right.
Yeah, good people definitely phrase it like that.
Yeah.
So Reyna and Willis have been raising the twins, and
What are their
Help.
names again?
their names are Luthor's the boy, and I think Lena, which was
Did
our
you
mother's
name them after Lex Luthor and his sister?
I named him after Lady Olenna's deceased husband who fell from the cliff.
Which is one way to say my husband's grandpa. Yeah.
All right, fine. Willis's grandfather. But we chose that name. There aren't any other Luthors really, except there's a Luthor that's running around from some small house. But
Not quite, but you're fine. It's close.
Okay, we'll kill him. Don't worry.
all right, thanks.
Only
City of Faceless Man has to be a house management action. I think in the extended book you could do that.
I mean, that sets a dangerous precedent given what you've named your son and that there is a maker running around. Well, not running.
Well, I already bought my Faceless Man. He was very expensive.
Get that one last expense on the family account before you fuck.
Again, I built a House Nymaryen. It was like, please see. I'm sorry. Please go on.
I'm going to talk over you now.
Good strat.
We have been talking. We've been traveling back and forth between Wyvern's Rest and High Garden, taking care of business at the different holdings, and marrying people off, and being the power couple that we are.
And how are your house fortunes treating you?
Our house fortunes. Well, I don't know about his, because I don't roll for House Tyrell.
Neither does he yet.
I'm assuming it's Helena. But we're doing good. We're doing really good. We've increased our wealth holdings quite a bit. We've expanded. We've got a mill. We've expanded our agriculture. We've started a horse husbandry program, although they don't call it program, but started horses at Wyvern's Rest that are going to be, special elite Dornish.
Starting to horse goodly.
Horse goodly. And we've increased most of our stats, honestly, except our influence is up to a 62, which increased all of our stats, all of us Nymaryans, by 1.
So yeah, it's been a busy year-ish. here at Wyvern's Rest with a pretty hot run of House Fortune rolls. Uh, so how about you, Bela? North a bit as the Knight of Will. How have things been going with you and Balin and the holdings that are the kind of anchor of the Stoneway here?
Things have been going, mostly well up here. There's, of course, some issues with banditry from time to time, which we've had to continue to try to stamp down on and eradicate. But mostly, we've been breeding the sandhounds that House Will has been known for, and we've been selling them around to different places in Westeros and making a lot of coin off of that recently, which we've put to good use. We've hired on a maester full time. We have built a port out on the what's that big body of water?
Sea of Dorne.
Thank you.
Dorne.
Sea of Dorne.
Yeah, the Sea of Dorne, which is a nice, convenient way to connect over to my brother Luke's new residence. And I also had a daughter, and we named her Willa to honor House Will and their fearsome warriors.
Woo!
Yeah, keeping busy. Where's Luke at, Robert? And what's he been up to?
Luke is on the other side of the Sea of Dorne at Ghost Hill. The end. He married Vlada Tolan, and he has been, I guess he's the knight of Ghost Hill now. He has been hanging out there. They had recently had a little child, a little baby, with a Valerian looks named Little Makar. Little Makey. And he has been working on building up their economy and possibly opening some shipyards in the future. We'll see. Also supporting his new sister, his only little sister, Tiora, and her unusual dream she has.
Right.
Yeah. All right, and that leaves Adam. Where's he at, and what's he been up to?
In typical Adam fashion, he has fled to the far north, away from everyone else.
It feels like far north.
I do want to point out that book we got you. There are little like little notes from me and Lady.
My God.
And yeah, just like the good spots,
I was gonna say, like, dare I even ask what kind of notes do I want to know?
Well, we
I
had to
tried
read it to make sure it was appropriate for my little brother.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip really swiftly over that. Adam has married Lady Shella Went and become Lord of Harrenhal, and promptly took to, at grandfather's advice, pouring vast wads of cash into the place, repairing the 5 ruined towers. So it is not restored fully to its former glory, but it is no longer a dusty old ruin. Like, the towers are actually usable now, and the place has got a bit more life to it. And and it seems to be prospering, and have even managed to deal with a bit of the lawlessness that was going on. It's a bit more stable. So, like, he's been doing a lot to just bring it to a livable state. So, like, his first year at Harrenhal has been pretty good so far. And at the mention of those sandhounds, he'll probably have requested very nicely from Bela to have some of those up at Harrenhal.
To which Erica just smiles, like, yes, he has requested it. That's correct.
Yes, request. I believe I have that.
2 wealth points.
That note on my desk.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah. Like, I know I just like could have said that because I forgot to ask last time. I'm like, puppies! Please send puppies! Yeah. Because I think, like, yeah, like Adam would like something from home. And yeah, he does like hunting, so dogs are a good thing to have.
So, everyone's been busy and everyone's been prospering. Let's bust out those House Fortune dice and see if that trend will continue. As we move into the 36th month since Adam's named a tourney, which became the birth of Christ in this campaign, because that's where I started to specifically measure time. So that's why we're measuring it that way. From when Adam became a man, it has now been 3 years.
Oh. Oh, I need to update this character sheet then, because
I'm picturing this, like, the history of this campaign is actually one of Adam's journals, and like he set aside an old one on his name day, and it's like month 1 of Adam as the man.
I mean,
And,
you joke, but I literally have quite
Yeah,
a lot
like-
of it that is in the form of Adam's diaries.
So
And then my silly brother had to fight naked again. LOL. He admitted that phrase, LOL,
Yeah.
in the setting.
it was month 22.
You might have
post-
GIAMW, go forward in a manly way, or perhaps CLAC, chuckled like a chap.
They talk funny in Europe. So, let's bust out the House Fortune dice, everybody. Get them together and roll them. And then we're going to go in this order again. We're just going to go from oldest to youngest.
Okay.
One day we're going to go from most Lucaris to least, and I'll win.
I have intuition dice.
Actually, when we do it that way, Uncle Orain will go first.
God damn him!
And
He
then
can't
Luke-
live forever.
Oh my god.
I'm not going to argue because it sounds accurate. Is the problem.
Alright, where's my dice? Alright,
So, for those of you playing from home, which is technically everybody, because COVID and also the time-space thing, House Fortune rolls are a status roll, but you are allowed to apply your specialty dice in the stewardship skill, and then the House Fortune is modified by prior House Fortune rolls in a way, and that a lot of the House Fortune investments and results and scores will then modify House Fortune. If you have a very low law score and bandits are preying on your people, that's reflected in a House Fortune penalty because just everything is a little bit worse in your holding, right? If you have a good population score where you've got just enough people to be hardworking and industrious, but not so many that it's difficult to feed them, you get a big bonus to
Or they
House
start
Fortune.
talking about revolution or whatever.
So that's what our people are rolling right now. Is a status check with their stewardship bonus dice, and then applying modifiers as appropriate from prior House Fortune events and purchases and stuff. So, what are we looking at, Felicia?
a 24, and it terrified me because I thought it was going to 23, and I recounted.
Okay. A 20 what then? Because
Four,
it just
four,
went
four.
away on me. Sorry. All right. So growth. That's going to be a +1 to anything. And because we're starting a new session, I'm going to say that you can just actually put it anywhere. Sometimes when it makes sense, I will steer them, but yeah, whatever. So what's going on? What you doing? What's the decision?
I am going to pull it 1 point. I'm going to put it into
wealth. All right.
Makes our wealth of 45. I need to roll it down. Hold on. Go ahead. Sorry.
So, just continuing to focus on trade and be kind of the hub or a hub of trade across. Sorry, really loud car went by. So, a hub of trade around the Sea of Dorn and through the Stoneway, which of course House Nymaryen is now completely lord of. So, like all the traffic through there gets taxed a little bit. And then a lot of the traffic across the Sea of Dorn that doesn't go down the Stoneway is going to a port run by like one of you guys. So, yeah, you're basically cattle barons. All right.
Like Dynasty.
Yeah. So how are things looking in Will? Bela, what'd you get?
I wrote a 26, which I believe says blessing.
It does. Let's do the 2+1s, and you can put them wherever you would like.
Okay. Let's continue with the wealth to add 2 additional points there. And I think it's time to continue rustling up some bandits. So I'm going to put the other one into law.
All right. So, Bela, keeping busy, chasing bandits, sending patrols out, all that good stuff, while also just raking in some cash. All right, Luke, how are things going in Ghost Hill?
Pretty good. Luke is going to cash in his, as we talked earlier, his glory to get our wealth up by 1 to pay off our market. He's going to spend his last bits of glory to bump up our power. I guess this will represent him calling them on old war buddies and stuff to come settle in the region and be part of our military. For the role, we got 24 as well, which is, I believe, just a growth.
That is growth. So let's go +1. Put it in power, because that's
Okay.
where you're focusing right now. So we'll do that. And then we go to the...
So, real quick, as a project, can I use that to raise the...
I was going to
Oh,
loop
we're
back
gonna
around
circle
and do
around. Okay.
actions.
Then
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just going to do initial rolls and then
fine.
kind of introduce it stage by stage. And so, in the relative north of Harrenhal in the Riverlands, how fares House Wentz House Fortune roll?
We got blessing.
All right, blessing. Let's go D3 points to wealth, since that's where you've been focusing a lot lately, and now it's fruition.
Sure thing. That is 4. Now, I've got 2 things that give me another point of wealth for each point of wealth that I earn. So, is that effectively like? Is it 4 plus an extra +1 for each of those things, or is it 4? But each point of that is it effectively a triple score?
Right. First off, it's a D3, not a D6, so it's going to be 2 points, not 4.
Right, 2. Yeah, you
Right.
sure? Sorry, I don't have a. I don't think I have a 3.
No, nobody does. Okay, some of us do, but you shouldn't. It's just
I have
cut
a
in
lot
half.
of dice, but it's not that one.
Fun fact, never accidentally play a game of Warhammer 40k with a D3. You will suck at a lot of things.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah. Yeah, so it's 2.
Is
and
that
then-
effect 6, or is it?
I know, Ash, yeah. So, it's not for every point, it's every time you increase it. So, it's a base of 2, and then 2 things are triggered by earning wealth, so it will be the 4.
Okay.
So, 4 points going into wealth. So while Ash is recording that, Raina, what is House Nymaryen's action this
fuck. Did I
month?
put that in wealth? I did. I get an extra 2. Oh, extra 1. Okay. Sorry.
All right. So what is House Nymaryen's action this House Fortune period? You can manage resources and shuffle stuff around. You can begin a project. You can host a tournament. You can wage a war if you want everything Bela has. Start your he harem by seizing Balin Swan.
Mm-hmm.
Just normal Normal sibling stuff, as I understand it.
Yeah, harem. Whether it's
Very
sexy-
Targaryen.
You're not reading the right books.
Erica.
Anyway,
I don't know. They're pretty close.
am,
I bet if she really wanted, she'd share.
if she really wanted to.
Maybe.
I see what you did there.
I don't remember how much horse husbandry cost as a whole. So just see if I can find that book. Do you have it open, Rusty?
I do not, but I will go get it.
I thought Erica sent it to me.
I sent it to everybody.
You sent everybody?
Look, I sent it in the Discord a couple weeks ago. So, animal husbandry. Are you doing animal husbandry or specifically the horse one? I don't recall.
Specifically the horse one.
Horse one. Okay. It is a 10 wealth investment.
Okay.
But you've already started that project. So, what is your action this month?
No action.
Okay. You don't want to shuffle any points around. You don't want to. Okay. That is just fine. All right. Bela, what is House Will's action?
Yeah,
This
so I'm
will
going
be-
to pay to hire some military help to assist us with clearing out additional bandits from our lands. So maybe to House Swan to have them march down some troops to help us clear some a bandit hideout that we had found that had a sizable group, and by teaming up we can make a bigger difference. So I'm going to spend 4 wealth points and then increase my law by 2, which gets me up to 31, which is like that magical
Is a
bump
a
in
break
point.
point.
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the interesting things in this system, everybody, is that wealth can make everything easier. That's notice the Lannister law. But you are allowed to move wealth into anything. You can spend the coin to build castles. You can bribe people to be more influential. You can hire soldiers or a stronger garrison to increase law and power. You can lower taxes, which lets your small folk just prosper a bit more and increase population, right? So money helps everything, and Erica has just shown us that. So how about Ghost Hill? What is Sir Lucaris / his mother-in-law up to this month?
Well, on Lucaris' suggestion, we don't think all these soldiers quite got it in them. So I'd like to increase a few of them from trained, one from green to trained. I don't know how many I can do at once. How many units can I increase with the?
Let's do them one at a time. So green
Okay,
to trained
so
is
we
easy
got-
enough.
Yeah,
Like,
we have
that's
some
That's a
green.
natural thing.
Yeah, we have a green warship crew. We're gonna teach them how to sail a little better, get them up to trained for a
Okay.
2 power investment.
Okay. And all right. Did you have another investment you were wanting?
Just more soldiers to upgrade.
Okay. You can put those points into power, but let's say you can only upgrade 1 unit a month without like a narrative action
Okay, that's fine.
or
Then
like
that's-
narrative reason.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
just
what we're
keep it.
doing then. Yeah.
All right then. Any actions for House Harren? Well, not House Harrenhal, but any actions in Harrenhal?
Well, maybe. What is involved with upgrading a unit?
Yeah, like it's just you spend the power points for the difference in cost.
Okay. All my power's invested just now, so like, what page is the cost on?
Okay.
It's
They
on.
are on
Oh, wait, hold
one.
on.
It's 110 and 111.
Okay.
So what your house fortune action this month would be moving some points into power to
Yeah.
reflect that you're beginning to recruit, and then like next month, maybe investing them.
Yeah. Yeah. Um. Sorry about this.
Sorry about that.
So if you're wanting to do resource management into population, you do have two options, or sorry, into power. You can do wealth at a 2-to-1 ratio, or you can move population into power at a 1-to-1 ratio.
Hmm.
So I
Yeah.
don't remember where your population's at,
25.
but so if you're wanting to increase, depending on how hungry you are for it, you can do a 1-to-1 ratio of population to power, or the 2-to-1 ratio for wealth to reflect, just investing differently.
Yeah, that's a bit of a difficult one. I think I might just. See, I've got too many plans. This is the thing, because like I've got like green units that I would like to like upgrade, but I also kind of want a granary, and I also like want power law and population to go up, but I can't do them all at once. So yeah, I think the population market is, let's see. Okay, so I'm not. I can actually lose. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take some points out of population. And put it into power.
Okay.
One. I'll take 4 points. No. It's 3. It's 3 points to go from green to trained, I think. So
It's
2
it's
points.
2.
is it 2? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go to
Green costs 1, trained costs 3, so the difference is 2.
got it.
But
Cool. Okay.
that will be a different house action to actually increase them. This
Yeah.
house action is just kind of starting the process, raising your power score, and then
Yeah.
later you will decide what to
That's fine.
officially do.
Okay, I've moved 4 points of population into power.
All right. So, with that first month done step by step, let's get those dice ready. Let's roll them again, and this time we're going to do the roll and the action at the same time instead of kind of doing them one at a time like we did this first pass. So let's sling those status dice. Let's try to sound like a game show host.
You accomplished that, just so you know. Shit. My calculator. 38. Okay.
What did we end up with, Felicia?
38.
All right. House Nymaryen of Wyvern's Rest with another growth. We're going to say it's 1 point. Put it wherever you'd like. Where are you going to put it?
I'm gonna put it in wealth.
And what special stuff happens when you do that?
I get a bonus I get a bonus of 1, so it goes actually up by 2 because of my mill. It's +1 to wealth when gained.
All right. So, do you want to do anything with that new wealth score? Are you doing any resource management, shuffling stuff around, starting new projects?
I think. Let me look at the chart again. I hate
Just-
this chart.
Just gonna keep saving up money until you can buy the horse husbandry?
Because I'm only 2 off. And then I'll have that completed project, and I can start focusing on defense.
All right, so just continuing to hoard wealth and keep the local economy prospering. So, what do we got going on in Will? What was your house fortune roll?
On the dice, with bonus, I have 29, which will land me potentially on curse. However,
That is correct.
I have a stored up destiny point in the house to use on house fortune rolls, and my lowest die is a 1. So I think I would like to use my destiny point here to roll a bonus die and see if I can beat that 1 to get out of the
Okay.
curse.
Just for the record, is that lowest die a dropped die or is it kept?
It's kept.
Okay. Because I was just saying, if it was a dropped die, you could just spend the destiny point to keep it, and yeah. But all right, so go ahead, roll that extra d6.
All right, 1.
As luck
Let's get better.
is on your side. Let's see.
There's a 3 on the die, which brings the 2 higher to a 31.
So growth, 1 point. Not bad. Put 1 wherever you would like.
Let's put it into power.
All right, so we're gonna say that the kind of destiny point stroke of good luck is just that some of your guys really pop off in that bandit hunting. Some of the Stormlanders make some surprising friends among House Will, that sort of thing, and you just kind of, increase the overall quality of troops in the abstract by a hair.
Mm-hmm. And
So,
no house
all right.
action this time.
Okay, so no shuffling stuff around.
Yeah, everything's
All
tied
right
up.
then. All right, Robert, what is our house fortune roll for Ghost Hill?
A 26.
26 is a blessing.
We've got so many of those lately.
Right. What we're gonna do is you're gonna get 2 plus 1s, but I'm investing 1 of them. So where's your plus 1 going?
Shouldn't go into wealth because I'll get a bonus D6 out of that.
Okay. And some of that wealth is coming from the port, right? That's
yes,
where the
port
bonus
and the
is coming
market
from?
together is synergized really well.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll that, and let's get your wealth total.
Okay, ooh, I got a 6, so 7. That's nice.
All right. So you get 7 points of wealth in 1 turn, as just everything is up and running. Lots of sea trade, etc.
You know what it is that we didn't bump up our law, so all the smugglers came here. They got right out of Will lands.
Some of that sea trade comes by way of Driftmark, the seat of power of House Valerian. Traditionally the master of ships for generations. That's Stannis Baratheon now instead, but they remain a prominent naval power.
And we have no problem with that officially.
But one of them is a Valerian knight that's also a ship's captain, which is not uncommon for them. And he's coming in, and they are unloading their goods, etc., etc. And you are sought after by this knight who bears ill news.
Oh no. Oh no.
And that is that your young cousin Monteris has passed away. He did not reach his 10th name day.
Oh.
Captain, if you do not mind, waiting in port the extra day, I will have a letter for you.
Of course. So, the plus 1 is going to be a D3 instead of status, because Sir Lucaris is now the heir to Driftmark, as the nearest blooded male in the Valerian line.
Are you happy now, Luke? Are you
So-
happy now?
An
We really did want that kid.
unfortunate boon that, came with some strings.
You said status. Did you mean influence?
Yes, sorry.
I'm genuinely
Okay.
really sad about that.
I got a 3, which I think is on this a 2. So
All right. And off to Harrenhal. How fares House Went under Adam's leadership?
Oh shit, I didn't roll. Sorry, hang on. I got distracted. Right, that looks pretty good. That is 17, 20, 20. 29? Oh, fuck, it better not be 29. It fucking is.
Oh no.
Shit. Oh, no. Hold on.
Okay, you've got some
I
destiny point options, and yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, let me look at them first, because that's curse, and I don't want. No, not the curse. Not the curse. There's stuff I can do about this. I just need to find the right
So
bit.
what dice are you dropping right now? Because I know you've
Um,
got stewardship out the butt.
I turn a 1, so I could get it up to. I could get it up to blessing or growth.
Yeah, you could just spend a destiny point, keep that die, and go blessing.
I could, but I don't like. I'm just protective of my destiny points. Okay, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I've got a temporary one anyway. I'll spend that one.
All right. So we
and
go
get-
to.
and that will. Do I have to keep the highest dice, or can I keep the 1 instead?
You're supposed to have to keep the highest, but this is fine.
Sure. No,
So
it's fine. That's
it's
okay.
gonna
We'll just
go. No, it's gonna go blessing, but you're gonna get a D3 population to reflect the overall prosperity of the realm under your management. That's kind of the stroke of luck. Is just in the abstract, these small folk are doing well. So
Okay.
let's go with a D3 in pop.
2. So it's +2 population.
All right. And with that, it's time for the family to get together. We are going to skip the next month or two of House Fortune because people are traveling, or people are busy in Wyvern's Rest getting ready for hosts.
Hey, Rusty, I just wanted to be clear that Luke was probably going to train his cavalry up to veteran, but after the news,
Okay.
blindsided doesn't do it.
Okay. That's fair. Right. So we are going to fade from the kind of bustling prosperity of the small folk of Harrenhal, who are prospering under Lord Adam's stewardship in a way that they just haven't in a long time. The Lady Shella suffered too many losses. She was feeling too alone. She just let the lands kind of go fallow. She was letting the towers just get worse and worse because she didn't have the people to fix it, because she didn't have the coin to hire the people, because right. And they're not doing that. So it's kind of a happy, pleasant sound of a like a small folk fair is going on as the camera fades away from the Riverlands, right? And then the camera fades onto Wyvern's Rest in the early evening as Lord Grandfather Makar's 80th name day celebration is underway. So you go from sounds of Riverlander merriment to sounds of Dornish merriment. So it's the same kind of murmur track in the background. But then the instruments change suddenly to some like wailing Dornish pipes and all that good stuff. And yeah, Wyvern's Rest has been opened up to guests aplenty. There are some guests that are unfortunately not here yet. Earlier in the day, some ferocious storms rolled in from the north, coming across the Sea of Dorne, but also rolling down from the Stormlands and hammering the mountain valleys here of House Nymaryen. So everyone feels extra good about being inside, right? When it's crappy out. So it makes everything feel that much warmer and more pleasant as you are all gathering here. So we've got a couple of expected guests and some unexpected. So of course, Sir Adam Bridington, one of the bannermen of House Nymaryen, has come, as has his betrothed Jane Westerling, Neither of them feels marriagey about each other, but she has been traveling with him and kind of learning stewardship. She's been enjoying the freedom of being outside and riding a horse and not having her mother ride her back. And she's been learning how to care for the land some. Sir Adam is not a fine steward. He is an acceptable steward. Things do not crumble under his watch, but he is certainly much more comfortable in the saddle than in either of the towers that anchor the valley he cares for. He is joined in that sentiment by his squire Martin Lannister. So Martin has been learning the kind of knightly aspects of Sir Adam Bridington's, I don't want to say rulership, but stewardship, while Jane Westerling has been enjoying the travel and learning the bookkeeping. So they are here. Elias Sandstorm, the Knight of Redfeather Hall, who was recently wed to Sir Davin Lannister, is also in attendance, as is her handmaiden, Mary Crane. In high spirits as ever, telling awful jokes. She started to pick some of them up from sailors passing by because Aunt Elia's land does touch coast. So you guys don't quite have like the bustling port that has been flourishing in Ghost Hill, but you do still have sea trade, right? And she has started to assist Elia Sandstorm in some of that stewardship. She has a fine head for numbers, as it turns out, but it's led to her hanging out with salty sea dogs, and she has all kinds of awful new jokes that she is sharing to the scandal of especially some of your new Westerlanders that are a bit less accustomed to such things, including the Lady Serena Waterstone, formerly of House Lannister, and recently wed to Lord Garrus Waterstone of Castle Stonewall. She has fallen into it as though she were born for it and trained her entire life to be a noble lady. That is not a coincidence, because she was born for it and trained her entire life to be a noble lady. Some of the prosperous wealth that has been picked up by House Nymaryen of late is a side effect of the dowry that comes with marrying a Lannister. So Garrus has been busy rebuilding that castle after a siege, you guys might remember, and that sort of thing. So, but the lands are being used. Once again, he is getting more and more accustomed to being the Lord. She is helping in, the way that a right-hand lady of House Lannister can do. They are trained and, raised for this. So, Castle Stonewall has been flourishing on the southern end of Nymaryen lands. You are also joined by Sir Roland Storm, your bannerman that sees to Bittergrove, and his betrothed, Ludviga Lugas. Uh-oh, we lost a Felicia.
Well, I mean, that's what you get when you say the name Lucas.
It's true. She takes off just in case. All right, she's back. So yes, Sir Roland Storm, the bastard of Nightsong, is betrothed to Ludviga Lugas. Sir Garrus married Serena Lannister, Davin's sister. Just to answer a question in chat. But yeah, so Sir Roland Storm has been seeing to Bittergrove. Ludviga has been growing increasingly comfortable with this arrangement as she has seen more of the land. And the land is currently in a kind of a springtime flourish because it's still recovering from a 20-year drought caused by Grandpa Mika.
I did a pretty good job.
Right, but it takes a while to recover 20 years of environmental damage.
No, of course. I'm just saying that it's in a good state just now because I was working on it.
Yeah.
So everything.
No word about the 2 months Luke stayed there to help.
So
Those are
everything
two,
is.
those are two of the curse, like the second
Nah, they were good months. They were good.
So everything is green and growing in Bittergrove,
It
which
was like,
has
maybe the canal should go all the way to the fields. Everyone's like, that's dumb.
So Sir Roland Storm is here. Sir Nathan Lucas is expected as a guest, but unfortunately has not arrived yet. You lot know that you are getting a guest from the Reach. The Lady Olena Tyrell is traveling
She came
to
here to
come
fuck Grandpa on his birthday.
to
Well, it's
see
her
her
boyfriend's birthday, so.
to see her great grandchildren, great grandchildren,
Great grandchildren.
and to visit Wyvern's Rest for the name day celebration. You know that she is to be escorted by Lord Beric Dondarrion and his new wife, the Lady Illyria Dane, now Illyria Dondarrion,
Drama.
and also Sir Nathan Lucas was going to be assisting them in that escorting. They might just be held up by the storm. It's not altogether uncommon, but Lady Bessa was not having it in this one thing where she can pull rank over Lady Olena, the Queen of Thorns. She's like, the feast is ready, my lord. You lot gotta eat this today. And so the name day celebrations kicked off instead of being delayed to wait for the last of your guests, which are traveling from the farthest away.
How many destiny points did Bess have to burn to pull that off?
No, she's got this one thing.
It's like
that
an special
can-
ability, or
Yeah, when she tells
Yeah.
people to eat, she gets a bunch of bonuses.
Yeah, if she's telling someone to eat,
Valyrian can steal ladle in hand.
if she's telling someone to eat, she gets like a bonus 5 kept dice in status.
So the feast is ongoing. You are also joined by a pair of knights from here in Dorne that traveled a different route than people
Yeah, who are
visiting
they?
from the Reach, of course. Firstly is Sir Damon Dane, the Knight of High Hermitage.
Oh.
You see, there was a clerical finding a few months ago where the uncontestable scholars of Prince Doran of House Nymaryen, assisted in the matter by the Lady Rhaena, heir to Wyvern's Rest, and the genealogical expertise and book learning of Lord Willis Tyrell of Highgarden, they uncovered the fact that Sir Damon Sand's lowborn mother was not in fact entirely lowborn, but was herself of Dane blood 100 years hence. And so, conveniently, Sir Damon Sand has become the inheritor to High Hermitage, replacing Sir Gerald Dane, the Dark Star. Which
Nice.
may
Rhaena generously released him from his Urinidate of service.
So that's an
By the way, I've renamed the Dark Star's former weapon as Sunrise.
Cool.
that's an upgrade for Sir Damon and for High Hermitage, frankly.
Right?
Yes,
He was-
it is.
Sir Gerald was a dick.
So they have
I don't
replaced.
like how he tried to murder me on my wedding day.
Yeah,
I
some
didn't like
people
that
don't.
either, that was not cool.
Some people don't take that sort of thing
I
well.
told him he could watch and be part of the betting, but he was like, "No, I'm gonna stab you."
Well, you know what? It wasn't so much like the crashing the wedding. It was that he was rude and like
Oh
weird
yeah,
about it.
I was even like, Vlada, do you want to run away with him?
I am the knight. Fuck off, man.
So yes, a new day has dawned for High Hermitage, and Gerald Dane, the Dark Star's stain, will hopefully be removed from that cadet branch of House Dane in due time. Speaking of House Dane, your other Dornish guest is the Lord of Starfall himself, Lord Edric Dane, who now carries a large, pale white greatsword
Oh,
over his shoulder
They gave
He
it
has
to him.
because he has been recognized as worthy and has become the Sword of the Morning.
Oh, man.
I'm
After
so proud of him.
having some time to steward Starfall on his own, without his mentor, Beric Dondarrion, or even his aunt, who had been seeing to it in his absence, he has carried himself well enough. He led the army that included Damon Dane in hunting down a small band of deserters that were staying loyal to Gerald Dane and drumming up other bandits and that sort of thing. And he has carried himself with impeccable honor and will only add to the pride of Starfall. And he also looks like about a foot taller. Like it's been a big couple of years for him, right? He was at that age, but he's definitely grown into it. And he's standing a little straighter than he used to, et cetera, et cetera. So you are joined by some fairly prominent guests for this celebration. And last but not least, of course, come visitors from Ghost Hill. The Lady Valena Toland has brought her husband and baby.
That was husband, comma, and baby, or just husband and baby?
It's like
Yeah.
boss baby.
That is correct, yes. So, yes, they are visiting. Tiora is here, but is not feeling well. She overindulged on some sweets on the road. You guys packed a bit of like sweet rolls and stuff for the trip, and then when you got here, she was like, "Might as well finish these off." So,
We've all been there.
so she's not actually staying in the feast proper at the moment. She has been enjoying the sweet rolls a bit too much, and is
If she would like some private areas, I will let her stay in my former rooms.
I'm not sure that's up to you. It's probably going to be.
Well,
like
I will say that anyways,
like
whether
yeah,
it's something or not.
Like it's probably there's the normal shuffling going on for like status and stuff, but everyone's fine. Everyone's comfortable. So yeah, everything's good. Coupled with Lord Makar Nymaryen's 80th name day celebration is the last couple of your guests from far away. Lord Adam Nymaryen of Harrenhal has made the trip with his roommate, Maester Ferris.
The maesters say they were good friends.
And also,
we were roommates.
and also Sir Robert Frey, the Red Feather. And the day before you lot left Harrenhal, you got some surprising news that somehow did not surprise the folks at House Nymaryen because they had received a similar letter. It would seem that there was an agreement made between House Westerling and House Frey in the meantime, where Lord Gawain and Lady Cybele spoke with Lord Walder Frey and apparently promised a prominent enough dowry that young Elena Westerling, Jane Westerling's younger sister, is now betrothed to Sir Robert the Red Feather.
Oh,
That's nice.
that is nice.
I mean, I can cross a thing off my list now, but it didn't. Okay.
Neither of them knew about it until these letters.
Yeah.
It was a surprise to them. It was announced to them. They were not asked what they thought of it. It was Lord Walder saying, "I'm getting twice her weight in silver, so marry her. Bed the wench," right? Like that sort of warm Walder Frey letter. And the letter from the Lady Cybele,
probably the least terrible thing you ever told little Robert.
Yeah. And the letter from Lady Cybele is, you need no longer be troubled with trying to find a man and act normal. Type
What
of,
a cunt.
right? Like that type of vibe. It's not like the
I
exact
know Luke
wording.
offended the girls when he said that, but I stand by it. What a fucking cunt.
I mean, like, I'm definitely because like Adam had been like, I'll maybe like nudge him and Alison Bull were together because he seemed to like her, but like Elena's actually a really good match for him, I think. So this is actually, I'm very pleased. Adam's very pleased about this. So yeah.
So those two are both a bit thunderstruck, and are kind of hanging out like on the sidelines, like maybe we should talk to each other, right? Like, it just like it's kind of like
my old rooms.
it's kind of like a blind date, but only they're betrothed to be married now, right?
He's
So
going
they're
out.
just So like they've seen each other around. They've both been in the wake of House Nymaryen in your gravity well for a time, but now they're like, yeah, like we should probably hang out and like, talk to each other a bit, and that sort of thing. So they're
I think,
neither of them is displeased, but it's still a bit of a thunderstruck, type of
yeah,
vibe.
and I think probably all the way down, Adam will have been kind of trying to bolster him, and like, tell like, because Adam made a point of speaking to her at length in Highgarden, so he kind of has a sense of what she's interested in and stuff, and will be kind of wingmanning a little bit to help him.
But they're both. It's a bit of an adorable backslide for both of them. Sir Robert has, of course, gained a decent amount of confidence in recent years, and Elena, after she was around you lot for a while, was warming up and being more open, and you can tell that she is like quick as a whip under there. She just doesn't like to speak up often, but she's been studiously watching Reyna's stewardship and making some connections here and there with her little memory tricks, and well, like she's clearly on the spectrum is how we would describe her in modern terms, but
Yeah, I definitely
um,
relate to her in that way.
yeah, but she's definitely like warmed up some, but then suddenly the two of them have found out that they're betrothed,
And they're
and now
both like,
she's
"Ooh."
kind of fallen back to her shy self, and Sir Robert is also feeling about 3-4 years younger, right? So yeah, they're both they're getting along okay, but they're both a bit surprised. Um, so that's the feast, and it's been pleasant. You know that you're missing some guests. It's almost
Well,
strange to see
I'd
Edric
like to.
Dane without Beric Dondarrion after so long.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Weird.
I'd like to greet my family. We can do so. This has been
can.
outlawed by whoever runs Wyvern Press these days.
So yeah, you lot are together for the first time since all the kiddos have been born. So take it away, Nymaryen siblings.
Sisters, where are you?
You're just shouting that in the hallway.
Sisters, where are you?
We're just hanging out in the Great Hall or whatever we call it. I don't even know.
Bring yourselves and the babes. Demand it.
Just like the Werner Herzog was, I would like to see the baby.
I would like to see the baby.
Yeah.
Our babes are not really baby. Right? How old are we? How old are they now?
They are.
We're like-
Several months?
Like one
Yeah,
or
let's
check.
two.
One second. Let me go back to the right. Okay.
8 years.
I've got them as turning up in months 10 and 11.
Right. We've been. Some of these recent house fortunes were not just one month. So we've got Bela's daughter was born in month 31. It is now month 42. So yeah, the oldest of them is about to be a year old. And then Reyna's
That is
twins are
still baby.
two
Yeah,
months
that's
younger
baby.
than that, and young Makar is a month younger than that. So yeah, they're
Okay,
ranging from 7 months old to 11 months old. So they're babies.
All right, show me the babies.
Okay, well.
And I am handing my stuff to the servants like I live here. Because I did for a few months.
All right, well, I'm not really good with kid stuff. Let's see. They're crawling at that age, so, okay. We probably have a few nannies.
Yeah, and Lady Bessa, whenever she is not busy in the kitchens, and some of the times that she is, you can find the children on her. She's like a walking baby rack, their default storage spot.
Yeah, they're looking at like walking and starting to walk. So, but they are baby. They are still baby. Uh, so both
Yeah.
children are here with us. They are, uh, at this age at least, they're both very fair haired. But your hair changes a lot in those first couple of years. So.
And if all four babies are in the room, Lady Bassett just appears.
Yeah.
It's
We're summoning her.
yeah.
You bring all the Triforce together.
Yeah. So you lot have plenty of hands helping with babies, etc., etc.
And we used to have like no rugs in here, but now there are rugs wall to wall.
Okay. You are also assisted by the Lady Philea. Well, not lady, but by Philea, your handmaiden.
Right.
So there's her. Joy Hill has been helping with, Bela with mothering stuff a bit. And like, yes, you guys have help. You guys have help.
Right.
A little
So,
mess in their
are-
hair and a little kiss.
So Lena and Luther are looking very fair-haired. What about their eye color? This stuff's important in George R. R. Martin books.
Now they are both born with Raina's eyes.
Okay.
I just haven't decided on how their hair's gonna go.
Okay. It's a little wispy baby hair. Whatever, it can be fine.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, sometimes kids are born with like a head full of black hair, and the next thing you know, they're blonde.
Yeah,
like,
Baratheons. Well, not the blonde part, but
Yeah, when I was a baby, I had like white hair, and now look at me.
So they're very like, that baby blonde, soft. But they both have violet eyes.
So what about little Willa?
Little Willa has the dark hair and complexion of her mother, but has the soft blue eyes of her father, Balin. So yeah, a little bit of that Roynish blood in there, but also is picking up some of that sturdy, stocky swan blood.
Yeah. So doing
Bela,
well.
she's gorgeous.
Right?
Yes, she is. Of course she is.
And
How
what
could she not
about
be?
little Makar?
He has Luke's white hair and purple eyes, and but he has his mother's nose and cheekbones.
All right. You guys made some
And
pretty babies.
I think he's the youngest of the group, so
He is.
Yeah.
I don't think grandfather's seen him yet. He hasn't. So I would say grandfather hasn't seen him yet, but
Oh, he'll be
I
here
had to
shortly.
go show him.
He might even crack a smile.
We'll see.
Grandfather's still officially welcoming some of the last of the highborn guests. He's up at like the high table, and is still doing the kind of formal introduction as various knights and lords arrive. But he is there, and he is approachable, especially if you wave a baby around to part the crowd.
I'm waving a baby.
So, Grandfather Makar finishes a very formal-looking handshake with the Sword of the Morning, Sir Edric Dane, and the two of them look very serious at each other, and formal, and like it's clearly like high-status things, doing it right, and then it breaks. The moment the babies are close, Grandfather
Grandfather.
Makar opens. He said, "Come, hand me any of them." And he looks like a grandfather for a few moments at least, right? Like you guys have seen his faces before. It's normally Lord Makar, but that mask has been cracking with the twins toddling around the place, and yeah, like you've been seeing Grandfather Makar a little bit more often lately, and he immediately shifts gears from the blood royal greeting the Sword of the Morning to Grandpa Makar.
I'm going to hand him Little Makar.
Ah,
Very much on Luke's face. Look what I did.
Apparently did something right.
Way to help.
Well, it helped.
and he just almost probably kind of, I don't want to say off-putting, but very bizarrely to the not Reyna of you, and less so Bela, because she lives close enough that she's visited a few times. But like Adam has never seen Makar coo before.
Right.
Like, right? He's just like,
I think Adam's going to be mildly disturbed by it, possibly.
yeah.
But
I was like, loses a couple sanity points. But yeah, like he just straight up is cooing, and he holds out the finger with the signet ring of Wyvern's Rest on it for the baby to chew on a little bit, and is just pure great grandpa for
Gotta get the
a few
feeling we've
moments.
all done that.
Grandfather, I don't to say to you, but
Oh.
I was so mad at you for so long. I'm not sure how much that matters anymore.
that's a hell of a way to open a conversation.
Right?
Luke wears out his sleeve when he's emotional.
He does. He does.
Shit, one second.
All right, looks like a good time for Robert to have got a phone call or something. So
This is why I just go do not disturb. Like, I don't want to hear from anyone.
but yeah, so Grandfather Makar is disarmingly warm and affectionate. Oh, all right, you back, Robert?
I'm sorry. My nephew decided now would be a great time to tell me about his Mario Kart progress.
It's all good.
That's really important stuff.
So when you say,
We're really tied, but yeah.
so when you say, I'm not sure how much that matters anymore, Grandfather does not miss a beat and just says, not in the slightest. Like you
I'm not sure if anyone knows what you were angry about.
he just said, you have done as the house has needed. Look at him. Look at all of them. And he points to other babies with a baby, like you do, because that's in his hand. And he says, "It's all falling into place now. Finally, finally."
Must have been hard. That part I get.
So yeah, and then he will hand little Makar back after giving him a little smooch on the baby's soft head with the little wispy hairs, and then he just holds his hands out. Somebody else better give him a baby.
I'll hand over one of ours. But I'm taking that
I love how we're just passing around 4 babies like
one.
joints.
We all gotta get to know them now.
This is
how
definitely
we
our
do it.
Thanksgiving is
Alternate
what this
babies
is.
and pass them around.
So then Grandfather stands there with young Luther in his hands. He says, look at you. You'll be growing strong in no time, boy. Spending half your time in the soft sun of Highgarden and half of it here in Dorne. Good lad, good lad. And, that sort of warm.
How are you?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Ash locked up on me in the middle of a word.
I froze mid-time so we can discuss him.
All right, looks
Yeah,
like
you-
Ash is
you
back.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
You,
I didn't go anywhere. You lot went crunchy for me.
no, we're the majority, and also in America, so the world revolves around us.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't argue. You guys have guns.
Yeah,
We should argue the British Mean Time. That's like the dateline. So
So I think I heard the word "how" start, Ash, and then you got cut off. So what do we got?
Yeah, so I'm kind of presuming Adam has been kind of on the periphery, feeling a bit awkward about all these people being praised for having children while he is like.
you just gotta fucking loosen a chick. It's easy.
Like, I fucking rebuilt a castle that was like had been rotting for 500 years.
Adam shows up with a model of Harrenhal that he's built. Like, look, Papa.
No one helped me with this. Now They all had fucking help. Fucking
Yeah.
breeders.
So, what he asked was, "How are you doing, Grandpa?"
And he does not look away from the baby, and he keeps like the talking to a baby voice. He's just like, I am doing fine. Yes, I am. Look at these halls filled with life. Yes, great grandfather Makar is good. Isn't he good? Yes, he is. And it's like,
Adam's like probably going to feel like he has slid into another dimension.
yeah.
And, like, like, cast a glance at Ferris, like, are you...
Oh, that's the campaign. We're lost in different realities.
Adam's like, he'll like,
It's sliders.
dude, I'm speaking. He just like looks to one side, like Ferris, like, are you fucking hearing this shit as well? Kind of, and like, yeah, that. I'm glad to hear that, Grandfather. And quietly feel like he's going insane.
And
well,
then
you
Grandpa.
feel that way, but Raina's gonna put Lena in your arms and challenge you to not be able to talk her. This is your uncle.
I want to see a roll, like a composure roll. Can we do this?
Fine, I'll do it.
I'll do it.
No, and like the thing is, no, I'm not going to do that like, on purpose because like Adam is fine with children. It's me that would be like, all right, mate, and not know what to do. Whereas no, like Adam's going to be totally fine with holding a baby.
So
Okay,
this
secret.
is
Very
little Lena, heir to the heir of Highgarden, named after your mother, that you never met. So I,
No, because in a way in a way Adam killed her.
We try to bring that often in gatherings, but when you're not here, we talk about it all the time.
I've literally never mentioned that, I don't think. It's just a thing that Adam has privately beaten himself up about.
so
Yeah, so...
don't break this one.
No, I'm not Hey, I didn't kill little Monteris with my wishes. Sorry, Robert, you were caught in the crossfire there. It's not about you.
I'm just saying
Even
that's
though
my
you're
worry.
mad at Rusty, I would have let that one slide because it was very accurate.
I'm just saying that's my worry when somebody hands me a baby in real life. It's just like, well, look, I know how expensive these things are, and I know they take a long time to make.
I mean, the thing is that they are more robust than you think they are. I used to like throw my like little brother onto like my bed and make him bounce up, and he fucking loved it. It's totally fine. It's like, I mean, you don't want to make a habit of dropping them, particularly not on hard surfaces, but like they're pretty bouncy.
I'm very concerned to ask, but is your brother doing okay these days?
That's getting into complicated
Yeah,
family.
that's-
Okay,
It's
moving
fine.
on.
So the babies right now they're transitioning from that fragile infant stage to the more robust toddler stage,
where they get some damage reduction.
and so they're kind of in between because
DR equals the years.
they're starting to walk and fall and
Yeah.
So meanwhile, Grandfather Makar holds out little Makar in any direction. So Bessa arrives and takes him and starts cooing and nuzzles him up against the most comfy pillows in Westeros. And then Grandfather immediately turns and holds his hands out for little Willa. And and he takes it that way, and so he's just making the rounds, and he's like, look at you, and he's standing there talking to her, and he sticks his dinner fork in her hand. He's like, come on, grab it, good and
stab
sharp.
somebody with
Her
it.
first
He's like,
spear.
yeah, hold it. You'll get it soon, won't you? Yes, you will.
She is going to stab someone in the eye.
So he's trying to get her to get a good grip, and
So Bela, have you had a tiny spear made for her yet?
We've discussed it a few times. I think it'll wait till maybe the second name day. We'll see.
I nod to Lady Valena like, okay, the second game we're doing it.
And Grandfather looks up at you, and he says, which are you giving to her? The will blade or the Nymaryen spear?
We
And
don't-
I'm assuming you'll have a second or third, but which one is being given first?
We're not sure. Maybe we'll present both and see which one she takes to.
As
Uh,
much as it kills me, sister, the spear might do best staying in Nymaryen hands if one of the twins can wield it properly.
Huh.
Maybe it'll be like Dawn and it'll be given out to whomsoever is worthy.
Well, as much as babies fighting over Valyrian steel sounds great. Maybe maybe
And
fighting.
the contest starts now!
Yeah, perhaps we should wait a while before pitching them against each other.
There'll be time to think about that later.
So, yeah, having a good time. Having a good time. And Grandpa Makar is being, like I said, disarmingly, almost disturbingly warm when it's you lot crowded around him, and he is seeing the future of his house unfolding in front of him or in his hands. And it's a pretty good night. It's everyone just has a good time. So we're gonna do a couple passes and see if anybody wants to talk to any particular NPCs for any particular conversating.
Definitely
Right.
want to catch up with Ned and congratulate him on receiving Dawn.
Right. So, all right, we'll start there then. We'll go youngest to oldest. So, Lord Adam.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
be right back. 1 second.
Didn't mean to jump the queue or anything. I was just sticking my flag in.
Sorry, you
Oh,
you
what's
are.
to do with you?
Yep, it's fine. We're going young to. So, yes, Lord Adam of Harrenhal finds Lord Edric of Starfall.
Is he Lord yet?
Yes.
All right.
And he's
Oh yeah, of
he's-
course. His dad's dead. Sorry, I forgot.
he's been the Lord all along. He just wasn't doing all the lording.
Yeah,
His aunt was seeing to it.
it's because you called him Sir Edric earlier. I got confused. I think.
Yeah, it was just a sort of the morning sounds cooler
Yeah,
with Sir than the Lord.
He's a Lord Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, I don't like no warning is just going to like sidle up and give him a huge hug.
He returns it and fills your arms quite a bit more than he used to. He's been growing.
I mean, I'm growing too, so it's like it's not one-sided.
But yeah, and he just absolutely beams at you and is word of Harrenhal reached us even down here. I know how much trouble Starfall has given me, and I know Harrenhal's so much bigger. How have you been doing? And right, just that sort of
Yeah.
excited, back
Yeah.
and forthsy, just exuberant and proud of what he has heard of his friend.
Yeah, I mean, like, oh, it's enormous. You can ride an army through the Great Hall. It's and so on. Like the five towers are like fingers caressing the sky. It's very excitably talk about that and like how tell him that he's very proud of him and asked to see Dawn and be impressed.
And he kind of waves off the proud of him part, like in a I was only doing the right thing sort of way, not in a no big deal, but he's like, what was I supposed to do? Like let these traitors like do stuff? No, like I had to go do it. Like he's a little embarrassed about being like recognized for just what he saw as doing his duty, right? In that in the way that kind of lets you be the sort of morning, right? So he clearly, like, if Gerald Dane was the Lord of Starfall instead, he would have gone after those guys, and he would have led a cavalry charge by himself, and he would have tried to earn and take the Sword of the Morning, right? Like, he would think, if I get enough glory, they'll have to give me the sword. Like, he would have had that attitude, and that's not what gets you the Sword of the Morning, right? Ned did it because this is what needs to be done. These rogue knights are a blot on the stain of House Dane. I've got to do it. It's going to suck. It's going to be dangerous. I grew up with some of these guys teaching me how to ride and stuff. but it needs to happen. And like that's the difference in mindset that gets you deemed worthy. So
Yeah,
he's still
yeah. Adam's still going to be like, well, tough. You can't make me not be proud of you for not only being honourable but being modest about it too. So there.
and he's like, and it was only 4 of them I got, but fine. And he like looks around and makes sure nobody's too close.
Yeah, four more than everyone who stayed at home.
Yeah.
So.
And he makes sure that nobody's too close, and he reaches over his shoulder and does the kind of long, like sideways draw. And yeah, there is Dawn, gleaming milk white in the rippling torches that fill the great hall of Harrenhal. And it's such a contrast to the Valyrian steel, or even just normal steel.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he just stands there with it and looks a little embarrassed at like showing it off. Like no one else is waving their swords around right now. Like, but whatever, it's fine. My friend wanted to see it. I'm used to this. Like
Adam's got a kind of habit of if someone's got an impressive sword, he will ask to have a look. So yeah, he's gonna be like, it's so beautiful. It's like even more beautiful up close. Is it?
He just chuckles. He's like, not too close though. It's sharper than anything. I don't see why Lord Barrack had me worrying so much and using a regular greatsword. This thing is so light. It's fine. It's the finest blade in Westeros, he says with a bit of a proud tilt of his chin.
Well, the finest blade in Westeros for its finest lord and knight.
He unabashedly gives you an elbow to the ribs, as though he's not holding a greatsword at the time. He's like, "Oh, you," right? And then goes.
Well, I mean, like, the subtext of that is like he's saying its finest lord and knight. He's really saying the finest friend kind of thing.
Oh.
It's like
He
more,
knows.
this is Adam's way of saying I love you.
He knows. But yeah, so he is lordship and being the sword of the morning has not changed his core decency, right?
Yeah.
He's just a good dude, and he looks comfortable as hell with the sword. He sheathes it, he draws it, whatever. It's like, yeah, he is clearly and literally grown into Dawn, and just looks good with it. So all right, Luke, who are you going for? Anyone in particular, or just making the rounds?
We can't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted, Robert.
Oh, sorry, I was muted the microphone. I'm going to stop by the musician. I assume we have a few. I'm going to have them play some fun songs, The Bear, The Maiden Fair, stuff like that. And I'm going to look for Meredith Crane.
Yep. Mary Crane is easy to spot. She is currently terrorizing both of the Westerling girls with something that she just finished saying that is absolutely inappropriate, that gets both of the Westerlings blushing and laughing, and the nearby Serena Waterstone just looking aghast. Like, how dare you say that in front of all these people? There are babies in this room. There are the sword of the morning is over there, and you're right, like, and so
I'm going to politely nod to both the Westerling girls and hope they don't hurt any of my injuries, which I'm largely healed from. Yes.
and they're giggle snorting, and Jane like slaps her leg and chuckles. Is like, the dog. Oh, the dog. Oh my. Oh, Mary. Right, and that sort of thing. And then Mary just stops and she gives you this innocent reach maiden smile that she can turn on and off at will. And she does little folds her hands in her lap and looks all prim and proper.
You take me for a mother's fool, my lady.
Oh no, you are a gracious and chivalric knight. And so I wait for my formal and proper greeting.
My lady, I am Lucaris of Ghost Hill. May I have a dance? I will only bug you for a moment of your time.
Well, you are wed, so I'm afraid you'll be no help at all in helping this haggard old crone find herself a man, she says in a way that again makes Jane Westerling go and cover her mouth, because apparently Mary's been telling stories, not just jokes. And then she graciously rises to her feet.
I'm
And
going to I'm going to dance with her to the music, and I'm going to basically say, I'm glad you have found a place you feel comfortable, lady.
Oh, I was comfortable enough in Red Lake, but it was a different sort of comfort. It was the sort
Yes,
of
I
comfort,
imagine it's a bit different now.
the sort of comfort that makes you want to be somewhere else, but know you can return to Red Lake. Yes, that's how it was. Predictable Red Lake, perfect parman, gracious parents, ever so safe. Uh, it's a different here, and it's nice.
Well, the dragon's tongue is a fearsome thing, be it male or female. I just want to let you know I appreciate you being a good friend, and I'm gonna give her a little hug. And I glad you're part of the family one way or the other.
She returns your hug and has a bit of a flush on her cheeks from just like blushing at the compliment and the merry dance and etc. etc. So yeah, looking good. Doing
That's all I
good.
got.
All right then, Bela. Anyone in particular you're wanting to go check up on or catch up with?
Yeah, I'll go and find Sir Garrus.
Lord Garrus, thank you.
Oh,
But yeah, it was a whole thing. There was a letter from a prince in Everton. But yeah, Lord Garrus is sitting and talking with Sir Davin Lannister and Roland Storm. And the three of them are enjoying it as the women are off gossiping. The men are relaxing and drinking some wine and just kind of bro talk, sports bar.
okay.
Not like that bad, but you know.
Hey, I'll sit down and say, hey, and I'll raise a flagon of wine or whatever and say, cheers to good fortunes in Nymaryen lands and to each of us for our many things to be celebratory about.
Yeah, and he will perhaps because you were kind of talking mostly to him, but perhaps because he's the Lord, and the other two are knights, he kind of is the one that responds verbally. They will all lift glasses, but he says, "And a toast to the health of young Willa. Fierce may she grow."
Thank you.
And yeah, everybody hears or huzzahs, that that sort of thing, and return the toasts, and yeah, so they're just kind of vibing. They're just in a good mood.
So it's been some time since I was last at the castle there. How goes the recovery?
Indeed, I think perhaps we saw your initials carved in a few places.
I'm sure I have no idea what you mean.
or at least some sort of mark was left. It's fine though. We began the rebuilding when I was just the steward. It's doing well. This increased trade has done all of us some good. I certainly don't recall seeing the Stoneway this busy when I was growing up. So it's a time of prosperity for all. And he gives a matter-of-fact nod, and all three of them, like Sir Davin Lannister, is like agreeing politely, because he's like, "Yeah, you guys are really rich." Right? Like he just grew up with a different scale of prosperity, that plus 20 wealth that the Westerlands gives. Just he's like, he's not like sarcastic about it, but that he's not like as blown away just because he has different scale. But yeah, so like they're all agreeing because it's been going pretty well. House Nymaryen has been prospering. Their banner houses have all been prospering. It's it's been a good time for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll agree and say, yeah, it's great how cooperation can really impact all of the lands for everyone's benefit. How is, oh my gosh, what's her name? That
Serena?
Serena, yeah. How is Serena liking the lands?
He gives a bit of a smile, like you suspect he already answered that question to Davin earlier, and he's just like, she's still growing acclimatized to the climate. It is a bit too hot for her liking, but on the days when the wind blows through the windows and fills the halls with a bit of cool air off the Sea of Dorn, she thrives. She is grown accustomed to the people and the responsibilities well enough, and she has left the place more beautiful than the false Lord Anders' wife ever did.
That's great to hear. I'm sure she'll be acclimatized before too long, and even the drier and hotter days will not be so much of a bother.
And Davin Lannister gives him an elbow in the ribs and says, and maybe some of those cooler nights can get a bit hotter. And he pointedly glances around at some of the babies. He's like, when will I become an uncle? Do you not know where it goes? And clearly continuing some earlier teasing and that sort of thing, and just good-natured shit talking.
I can bring Balin over if
Yeah.
if his advice could help out any.
And Davin gives one of those like, there, see, you could just ask for help, not from me, but Roland Storm laughs the least. He's a pleasant enough fellow, but you can tell that he's still adjusting to bastards being accepted like they are like he's still accustomed to being a couple notches down, and he's also joking with the Lord of Castle Stonewall, but like, he's joking with a Lord, a Lannister, and a Nymaryen. So like he knows he's still kind of bottom of the peckery. He's talking the least shit, right, and that sort of thing. But he's not being like unpleasant. He's just not being a conversationally aggressive. But yeah, so you do get to see Lord Garrus blush absolutely beet red, that pale Andal skin of his, as he stammers for a moment for some sort of comeback that he can say to
With you right
Davin
there.
about his sister, and with a lady right there, and he's just like, ah. I shall look for you at the next melee, sir. And gives Davin a glower, and Davin just laughs. So, so yeah, good times, good times, talking shit. It's a little bit weird in modern day to be like, when are you gonna plow my sister real good? But like, it's a Westeros thing. Like, you want,
Yeah, sometimes you're just tired of wondering. You just gotta know when the plow's going down.
you need heirs and stuff. So like, they're all eager for that sort of thing. So how about Reyna? She making the rounds, looking for anyone in particular to catch up with?
She's actually going to make a point of finding Ferris briefly, at least.
Do you want to like do that with Adam absent, because Adam can be absent?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Specifically with Adam absent.
Okay. I mean, like Adam would certainly be checking in with the various newlyweds to see how they're doing, and also Roland Storm in particular to ask about how Bittergrove's doing. So he'll be elsewhere doing that kind of thing.
Yo, dog, when you get a plow my brother, what's up?
What?
Or is it a wheel thing? Like you're on top, sometimes you're on bottom, sometimes
Oh, stop!
Ferris's wheel. It's real.
Mr.
Oh.
Ferris is easy
I'll
to
just
spot.
go.
He's the maester that's not like 75. So yeah, like there's two maesters in the room right now. He's the one that's not Maester Elston. So yeah, he's easy to spot. He is currently talking with Sir Damon Dane, who is apparently asking him some questions about some stewardship stuff. And Maester's saying, "I'm telling you, if you get a mill up and running, it will assist in grain storage. It will bring in a profit. You can use the hello, Lady Reyna.
Hello. Before I say what I'm going to say, what I came over here to talk about, I would like to agree with what Mr. Ferris was just saying. We have found the addition of the mill to our holdings to be very, very advantageous and profitable.
And Sir David says, yes, I understand, of course. And we have a few appropriate bodies of water. My concern is in assigning it to a small folk appropriately. Miller is a common surname for a reason. It gives a certain amount of wealth and prominence to whoever oversees it, and I feel I don't know the people well enough yet. Mr. Ferris says I should begin construction on the mill and see who fills the void while it's underway. But I am concerned. First impressions are not always fit impressions, and I don't want to be hasty assigning responsibilities and property to small folk too hastily.
That is understandable. I would. Where's he? Where's he again?
Where's he in charge of?
Right.
Yeah, High Hermitage is its name.
Does High Hermitage have a septon, or a mace? I mean, does it have anything as septon or steward or anything?
He has been assisted by an unnamed steward, like not a full-on maester.
But one who is from the who was there before.
Yes.
I would lean on your resources. You have a steward who has served there and served you well since you have arrived, but he also served before you, and his insights might help guide your choices.
They likely will. You're right.
Don't be afraid to ask.
Oh, I haven't been. I can't imagine the Dark Star asking anyone a question that didn't end in a challenge or insult. So I think the steward's been pleasantly surprised on that front. But even following the Viper for years, you don't learn much about rulership. Leadership, yes. But tending to castles and people instead of armies? Precious few lessons in that. I spent all my time with Oberyn and none with Doran. And now I wish perhaps I'd spent a year or two with the prince. The elder prince, is what he would have said.
Right. There is a lot to learn, so don't be too hard on yourself. And honestly, if you just keep in mind, if your goal is to improve the lot of your people, everything falls into place. If you're improving the lot of your people, everything you do has the goal of elevating your people. You're elevating your house to provide and protect your people. So just keep that in your mind, and you probably won't misstep hardly at all.
He gives you a bit of a sly smile. Have you been talking to Ned? And he tosses his head towards Lord Edric.
Uh,
Well, he gets to call him Ned as well.
I haven't recently. mostly, mostly it's been grandfather and his attempts to groom me as his right hand and to take his place eventually. And then also my own reading. And honestly, my lord husband has also influenced me a little bit in this.
Maester Ferris gives a bit of a chuckle and says, "Yes, I believe he is accustomed to overseeing some small property."
and and they have different mindsets in the Reach than they do in Dorne as well. I have to admit, when I was younger, I say like I'm a freaking crone.
When
I,
you were useful, but now you're gone and wasted.
no, uh, when I was younger,
Used up.
I was more focused on the glory of the house and the power that comes with having a powerful house and building that. And I've been fortunate that the side effects of that has also supported and benefited our people. And seeing that has kind of changed my goals. And helping to make all these friends and make all these alliances across Westeros has been an education in mutual benefits. Because no house stands alone. But it won't for long if you try.
Well, from what I've seen, High Hermitage was trying to. Gerald wanted what he had and didn't want to share. And it's been a bit of a change. But it will unfold. It will unfold.
I am. You are probably the best thing to happen to High Hermitage in the recent past. I mean, at all in the last our lifetime, for sure.
Having met Darkstar, I will agree, but I think it's more to do with him than me.
Oh no. Well, then make it more about you.
And then at that, Mr. Ferris starts to take like a little polite half step back. Says, well,
no, Raina's
I don't-
Raina, like her, she starts like reaches out like without even looking and like hooks her hand in his elbow and tucks him back to her side.
He kind of lifts his eyebrows. I thought perhaps an ongoing discussion of stewardship was not what the lady was after. So I was taking my leave, I thought.
Oh no, no, I, I'm pleased to discuss stewardship at any time, uh, but I also wanted to speak to you, Maester.
Sir Damon then gives a gallant little half bow. Says, well then, I will take my leave and go commiserate with Roland Storm, I think. And he lifts his glass in a little kind of self-deprecating, jokey way, and will be off to talk to the other bastard that recently, the other bastard known for a reputation as a dangerous fighter that is suddenly having to
Learn how to run a house.
adjust to having some status dice. So yeah, he heads off to go chat with him, and Maester Ferris is left just kind of looking a bit, I would say skeptically, curiously at Reyna. Like he just doesn't know which way this is gonna go.
It's like we've exchanged letters, Adam and I, and grandfather and Adam, and all back and forth. And it seems like things are going very well in Harrenhal, at least from a lord's point of view. So, Mr. Ferris, how is my brother doing?
Do you ask about the Lord of Harrenhal or Adam?
I ask after Adam.
Are you asking his maester or Ferris?
I'm asking Ferris.
And he does a little bit of a glance around, just double checking, like he's all right. Like, we're not at Harrenhal. I feel like I should still be a little careful, but and then that little suspicious half glance just turns into a big sheepish dumb grin, and he just says, "Splendidly."
That makes me very happy to hear.
It makes me very happy to say.
I heard a rumor of a power bottom. Is that accurate, or?
Don't ruin this lovely moment.
My ruined moment.
I can't stop you. I'm powerless to do it. So,
So not a power bottom.
But Luke also isn't there, so it is not ruined.
I know.
I am. Oh, she's just happy now.
He just says the Lady Shella is pleased to see her lands and people doing well, and is comfortable to see the happiness in her solar and halls.
Good.
It does her good to see people well. It has been too long since she has, and she knew not to expect and had no desire for that type of relationship. And so she has simply been pleased to see Lord Adam, as well as Adam, doing well.
Good. And I'm sure it helps to see the halls more full of people and life and youth. I know that what I saw when we were there, it was, just moldering away.
As was the Lady Shella, but no longer. And he gives a little nod towards Grandpa Makar. He says, even the old can smile and sometimes look young again, and sometimes feel young again. The Lady Shella has no great-grandchildren toddling about her halls, but she does well to see the light again. And Adam does well bringing it to people.
I'm very happy that he has found his place and that you guys are making a future. We hope to travel to Harrenhal relatively soon, once the children are old enough to travel without all the hoopla that comes with traveling with very small ones. It's hard enough to go back and forth between here and Highgarden. I can't imagine trekking up the Harrenhal.
It is, the trip from Harrenhal to Wyvern's Rest is long, but ultimately worth it. He says, with a bit of the grace that shows and reminds you that he was highborn before he was a maester, etc. He's got some chivalry and some politeness, and
Harrenhal's it's not actually that far from Longsister, where he's from.
I rather think, I'll talk to the maybe once you get to a point where you feel like it would be wise, you might want to host a turn. I think that would really help bring Harrenhal back under the gaze of Westeros.
Uh, I think now is not the time.
Right,
Uh,
now.
there was recently a tourney in River Run with 3 fatalities.
Oh
Uh,
my.
Tensions are still high in the Riverlands. Uh,
Who?
it is a complicated and ongoing situation. Uh, Tempers
What
are
happened?
flaring.
I,
He just lifts his eyebrows. You saw the beginnings of it at the Twins. The friction remains, and melees give the worst of them their chance.
who was killed?
He rattles off a couple knights.
Of which houses? Of on which side of the?
Couple from each. Two that would be loyal to House Tully, and 1 Frey.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so we're talking tertiary characters here. It's probably nobody that we know.
Right, just
personally.
Right. What's
So he
important to
just-
know is that the tensions between those two houses, who are major houses.
And so so he just said, so I'd rather we not risk Harrenhal once again making it into the history books for hosting a tourney.
Where everything
says-
went.
He says
Yeah.
with the slightest of smiles.
Yeah, the last one caused a few problems.
And with that, you guys hear horns. Horns from the gates.
War horns or
re-
alert horns?
being relayed by garrison members because it's still pretty stormy out there. But with the doot of the horns for riders arriving, which I mean Lady Olenna and Lord Beric arriving late, perhaps. But with those horns and our transition to the courtyard, we're gonna take a break. So
Okay,
we
I
will
gotta
be
pee.
back in a couple of minutes, everybody. We will see you soon as we go see who is knocking on Wyvern's door.
Oh,
No, I'm knocking on Wyvern's door.
awful.
Don't.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your little break. We enjoyed ours. We are coming back to Horns on the Walls, which is not altogether uncommon. You're expecting people, but you still, you get a warning from your people when they see someone. It's also a bit of a sign that the storm is at least temporarily abating, because A, they can see people, and B, you can hear horns. So you are able to respond as grandfather gives a bit of a nod to outside, in the direction of the gate. He's not going to go. It's going to take him longer to get up and leave, and it's his name day tourney and stuff. So
We will
uh,
go.
at least Reyna should go, if she's going to be formally deciding whether or not to open the gate to people.
Yep.
The other Nymaryen siblings in attendance.
Basically, unless he's told not to, Adam is going to be in attendance.
Yeah, I guess see what's going on.
Sure.
Bela's such a shy homebody.
Yeah.
She's scared of conflict, so she'll
She's
stay
waiting for her
inside.
man.
No, I'm going.
Permission.
Is this Lady Olenna and the rest?
I don't know. We'll find out.
So making your way to the courtyard, you can see that the storm has not completely died down. There's still some wind blowing. There's still sand scouring you, but it's not the wind and the sand and the rain that's gonna like rip the meat off your bones, right? Which is the type of storm you had earlier and you're expecting more of. And people just hunker down when that happens, right? Like that's kind of the only thing to do. But you take a look, and looking down from the castle wall, where you're waved up by a couple guardsmen, you see a handful of figures on foot, with a small wagon being pulled by an absolutely miserable-looking mule. Like this thing looks as dead as it does alive. Like it's pulling something heavier than it's supposed to. It is exhausted. It's had this awful storm. Like the mule is just not having a good day, right? One of the figures standing on foot stands out from the rest. He is a tall and strong man, broad-shouldered, broad-chested, with a shock of salt and pepper hair. It is not like Targaryen white. It's I'm older, right? Like it's that type of hair gone white. And he's surrounded by maybe a half dozen people on foot, and a couple are riding in the wagon. It's probably like just their turn in the back of the sad little wagon. And then hollering up at you, dressed all in black, you hear, "I'm Sir Alistair Thorne of Castle Black. I have heard this place is a friend to the Night's Watch. We seek shelter."
Castle Black. Let him in.
What fuck?
Open the gates, I command.
So,
That's a long way
They're
to go.
far from home.
Only one I know at the wall is Sir Jonathan. I would start heading down to meet them.
We know two people at the wall.
Oh,
so
Alugus.
you guys know three, but that's okay. You'll find out in a second.
Yeah,
You'll be reminded.
Great start.
So, on your way down, you guys all are.
Walls mid the mountain?
Yeah, you guys are all students of history, and or this particular history, so you will all recognize the name Sir Alistair Thorne. He is a knight that was a Targaryen loyalist, which is what got him sent to the wall. Like that was the crime. His options were like exile / execution or take the black. He and a few other knights took the black. And like I said, just you guys would all remember that.
You best let this man in.
So, making your way down, first up, Sir Alistair Thorne, dressed all in black. He's wearing, clearly, it's been oiled and blackened chainmail, but he's been in this fucking storm, so it's gleaming right now as though it just has been seen to by a
He's been
squire.
sandblasted.
Right? Yeah, but he's head to toe black and is wearing chainmail here when traveling the roads in Dorne. He's got a sword at his side. He's got a fighting axe in his belt. He could be patrolling north of the wall right now, right? Like, he just looks
Wow.
ready. But with him are about a half dozen guys on foot that are not. A couple of them are decent size and clearly kind of strong, but some of them are absolutely pathetic and gangly, and they're clearly just small folk that are on foot around him. And the ones up in the wagon, it looks like it's like their turn with the cloaks, right? like they're rotating both things, so there's just kind of some heaps of people in the back of the wagon, and the mule struggles and starts to walk, and it all comes creaking in. The gate doesn't quite close behind them. They're pulling it shut, and you can hear the gears kind of screeching or chewing on some sand, and your men take a minute and are able to pull it closed. And before long, though, it's you're half inside, right? You're in the courtyard. The wind is lessened down here on ground level. And the rest of them stay milling around the wagon far enough away that the storm is like, yeah, they're over there somewhere, right? Like, it's still just shitty to look around right now.
Well,
As
they'll
Sir
park
Alither,
under like some kind of overhang.
and Sir Alither will approach you with a proud walk, right? A walk with purpose, direction, long-legged, knightly stride, as though the storm ain't shit, right? Like, he's like, whatever. I'm not gonna freeze to death down here. I'm not scared of you, right?
Unless one of the local knights wants to stop me and we have to meet him, like I am the representative.
Oh, hell no, you're not.
Would you like to go meet him?
He will come to me.
He
Right
overrides
here,
it.
under this
Okay,
underhang.
okay,
Yeah,
but
so
he
just
will be
like-
intercepted before then by another knight. That will be me.
Okay. So Sir Alisar is guided over by Luke, and he just looks kind of sour-faced, like the storm is a frustration to him amidst a life filled with them, and he, you can tell, he also does not like asking for something. You'll notice he never said, "Please, may we come in?" He said, "The Night's Watch seeks shelter," right? Like, that's a different way of phrasing it. So he's clearly still a proud man.
Best there another servant around? I'm going to demand bread and salt from him, if possible.
Yeah, so somebody's gone to fetch the bread and salt once you lot waved people in, somebody
Charles
goes,
Thorn.
so he gives an abrupt nod. He says, "Castle Black thanks you for your hospitality. This lot is mostly soft as goose shit, and I imagine I'll kill most of them myself in the training yard inside a year, but I'm sworn to get them north." Luke, you've recalled that this band was moving through the coast area a while ago. So what you imagine has happened was they came down the west coast, south through Dorne, and now they're going back up north. Like, he's going to be away from the wall for a year or more, right? Easily. So, and he clearly is mad about that, and like hates the new recruits for taking him away, because everybody back at Castle Black is garbage compared to him. He's one of the few knights, right? So you're like, oh, okay, this guy's clearly got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's not happy to be here, etc., etc. But yes, I imagine I'll kill most of them myself in the training yard inside a year, but I'm sworn to get them there. This damned wind.
Sir, you and your charges are welcome to take shelter from the storm.
The boys will sleep in the stables well enough, though we'll need a cell in your dungeon for one of them, Killer.
Oh,
But, I just had a nod back you up, Raina.
well then, bring him forth and let's go
So,
down.
Raina, if you don't mind lending me a few of your swords, I will see to him.
I would see him before you take him below.
Oh,
So,
of course. Just-
You guys are standing there when the bread and salt is brought up, and Sir Alistair would be making small talk if he were the small talky type, and he just kind of offhandedly reaches out and grabs some bread, dips it in, and takes it, and then stands there with his arms crossed and like glares over at his charges who come over this way. And as they're coming, Alistair actually does indulge in a little bit of small talk. He says, as though he's frustrated still at asking for help. He says, I had heard the name Nymaryen at the wall. John Sand got sent that way by you lot.
Yes.
Jonathan, I've sent him a few letters. I hope he's well.
He's well enough for a steward. I do not know what Lord Jeor sees in him, but the ways of the north are not mine. You also sent a Lugus, another steward. Unfortunately, he has not died yet.
That sounds like him.
Give it on.
A less honorable opponent.
Woodsman is all right, that other John. The bandits often fare well as rangers, and he has done all right for himself. He has not died yet. You feel like he hasn't died yet is the highest praise Alistair Thorne gives.
Who is he referring to there?
For those that don't recall, here's a fucking hollaback to the first episode when you got spotted bandits on the King's Road, and you kept John Woodsman, a brigand, and turned him over to the authorities in King's Landing.
We certainly did.
You guys had him when you showed up in King's Landing and met me for the first time.
Yeah.
Deep dive.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot
Right.
about him. Like, the only other person on the wall that we had interacted with that I remembered was Waymar Royce.
Yeah, he wasn't like sent there by you guys though. These three were.
Oh, yeah, no, we didn't send him there. He was,
Yeah.
just someone.
Just as
Well,
so.
House Nymaryen supports the crows as best we can.
Well, if you've got any in your dungeons already, we'll take them off if you'd like. Come here, half-wits. Bread and salt first. The wind won't kill you, but I might. And coming out of the wind is a guy that's clearly seasoned by the environment. He's got that layers of sunburned and windburned skin, and a couple of scars, and a couple of missing teeth, and a thatchy shock of hair. This is clearly a bandit, but his colors are all wrong. He's not Dornish. And as he opens his mouth to kind of murmur, thanks, my lords, my ladies. This guy's from the north. And Sir Alistair just stands gruffly and like waits for this lackwit to eat the bread. And he just says, Donald, bandit from the Wolf's Wood, thought he'd buy himself a year or more of freedom by walking all of Westeros with me. Thinks I won't kill him if he runs, but hasn't found the sack to try yet. And he just tosses his head for this guy to head over to the stables, right?
Perhaps you'll fight honor instead of a sack.
And then next up is a pretty burly fella that moves like he might be a soldier. Not a knight, but he carries himself like he knows how to fight. Burly guy, kind of brown hair, a little bit of red in it. And Sir Alistair just nods at the bread and says, Hoster, man-at-arms for House Bracken. Punched a Blackwood in a tavern brawl and pulled a knife. And
Wow.
you get another kind of deferential bob of the head from this guy. My lord, my lady. And then comes another fairly burly guy. This one with straight up red hair. He says, this one's Saren, man-at-arms for House Ehrenford. Got captured in battle in a skirmish with House Vance. Languished in the dungeons of River Run. They never ransomed him, so they gave me their garbage to carry all the way across Westeros. And tosses his head for this guy to eat his fucking bread and make it.
Sir, are the the Riverlands in such violence at the moment? There's so many conflicts.
I am sworn to take no part in the wars of the realm. Their troubles are theirs, not mine. Their
Yeah,
offal is mine to worry about.
But they are numerous, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Luke wants to know about it, his brother lives there.
2 is a number, yes. Come. You guys see a lanky figure with straw blonde hair and skin that is clearly not accustomed to the Dornish sun.
Oh, dear.
It's Reginald from Case Lands and the archery contest in Lannisport. Reginald of the Hot Dice. Reginald, who came in, I believe, 3rd.
I remember.
And Reginald looks ashamed. Like the rest of them look appropriately deferential for small folk. Reginald is not looking at you guys. Like he's looking down. He's
This
looking
one's
anywhere
a
but
skilled
at
archer,
you.
if I recall.
He's skilled enough to poach, is what Sir Alistair says. And Reginald kind of, like I said, just very sheepishly, very shamedly, looking at like the ground instead of making eye contact with you lot, reaches up for some bread.
Who sentenced him to the wall? Was it
Lord Terrence Kenning? He was killing his deer.
out of character, that name's not familiar to me. In character, who?
Lord Terrence Kenning of Case. It's a Westerland's lord. The one that Reginald said he would not leave the service of. When you guys were like, hey, you want to come be an archer? He's like, that wouldn't be right. I grew up on Case lands. Shouldn't never leave them. Right? Like,
Yeah.
he was all like, nope, that's where I belong.
Adam notices this.
And yeah, Reginald he does not look up at you guys. He's clearly ashamed of being in trouble and that sort of thing. He just shuffles off. And the next one is got a slight build. Again, he's clearly not a burly man-at-arms, right? And it's, kind of red gold hair that's going gray. It's skin that's worn to leather by salt and sea spray. And Sir Alistair nods again. Another one from the Case dungeons. This one's a smuggler. He may have lived on the water, he'll die on the wall. If he's lucky to make it that far. Move, Chet. And he looks like he's about to kick the man along. Yeah.
If you don't mind, sir, what did you smuggle?
Chet stops and looks up at Sir Alistair, who does not nod like you're allowed to speak or whatever. Alistair is a statue, right? And he just goes, he's like, shit, all right, look, this guy's asking me a question. I'm eating their bread and salt. I feel like probably it's better to be polite to them than not. You can see the wheels turn for a second.
Yeah, let him twist the wind. It's fine. I'm not going to correct him.
He just says, in truth, my lord, whatever someone paid me to was mostly furs from the north for metals from the south and such. Didn't never smuggle no people, though. I ain't no slaver, sir. But, onions at times, too. Tomatoes. Once, some apples.
Your name, sir?
He looks again at Sir Alistair, who gives him nothing, and he just says, Chet, sir.
Chet. Well, enjoy the bread and salt. You are our protection for now.
He shuffles away.
Luke seems to have taken into that one.
And
hey,
then,
skilled archers and sailors are useful. I'm just taking note.
No, it was that you particularly spoke to him kindly, out of everyone else. It's funny.
And then Sir Alistair Thorne rolls his eyes and sighs. And when he opens his mouth to talk again, it's around a, absolutely sadistic, wolfish grin. And then we've got little Dagbert. Tell them, Dagbert. Tell them why you left Costain lands. And Dagbert kind of shuffles up, and he looks sheepishly from one of you to the next as he's reaching for some bread. He goes, I ain't never seen snow.
And?
What?
and I heard it's a marvel, and this way I'll see snow. My dad ain't never seen snow, nor my dad's dad. I'm traveling the world, I am. They never been to Dorne neither. And he looks
So,
like proud, like
a
he's
What did you?
volunteer.
in the world, joining the army, right? Like that's his.
Did you commit a crime, or are you just signing up for the wall?
Oh no, my lord, I never broke no laws on me mum's grave. Just off to protect the realms of men and see the wall and such. Gonna make it from Dorne to the north. I am all in one little life.
Oh, good for you.
What an odd film.
Few Dorish families have a history of serving the wall. You'll do us proud.
So yeah, he just seems to be a legitimate volunteer. House Costain is in the Reach. He is leaving the Reach to go to Dorne and then the north. And to
Does he
die
know
in the
snow
wall.
is cold?
Like, he's just
Yeah, like
he just seems like he's not the brightest fella and wants to leave the village he grew up in, like his dad never did and his granddad never did, and this is him.
Sometimes you just gotta travel.
So
I'm kind of feeling like I should like do an empathy roll on this because it's unusual. I mean, like it's not unheard of to volunteer, but not a lot of people do that.
Hey, you
just
got
seems
no other prospects? A
And he-
military
and just-
crusade? Sometimes.
And he just seems a little too over enthusiastic. But like, I might
Oh,
just be kind of
Oh, you're suspicious. I get it. Okay.
Aha.
yeah. So yeah, like I mean,
and then as little Dagbert goes shuffling off after the rest of them to find a spot in the stables, Sir Alistair takes a few strides away over towards the wagon, where one figure remains. And you hear the rattle of a key in a lock, and then you hear the rattle of chains as the fellow in the clearly shackled to the wagon stands up and has manacles on his wrists that Sir Alistair, like, he unlocks it from the, like a mount in the wagon, and then just grabs and pulls the chains and hauls this guy out of the wagon. And he just lands with like a grunt, no complaint. He doesn't swing at Sir Alistair. He pauses for a moment down on all fours in the dirt, wrapped in the ragged remains of a cloak. And then he stands up, and he keeps standing, and he keeps standing. And eventually, resentfully and resignedly, being shoved over towards you, as the hood falls off, you see the long, shaggy black mane and the wild black beard of Sir Oris the Aurochs.
oh no.
And Alistair
Oris.
Thorne, who gives him another little shove in the small of his back towards you, gives another predatory grin. And then we have our bastard and kinslayer. Go on. Get your
Who
bread
did he
and salt
slay?
before I choose to slit your throat myself, killer. This one killed himself a one-legged old man what raised him, his own father. Beat some hedge knight to death.
Well,
Oh no.
And
This
Oris,
is like Adam's gonna be like visibly shaken by this and like be yeah.
Oris looks like a kicked puppy that is just like accepted his fate. He's not making eye contact with any of you. It's, the shame that Reginald had times however many you need to get that mental image. So Oris shuffles over and just reaches up and takes about half the bread that's left in a not quite desperate way that makes it clear that they haven't been eating very well. Like, Oris is actually looking for some caloric intake here. And yeah, he's just looking
I will take the
scraggly.
prisoner to
and-
the
and-
dungeons with your permission, Raina.
Please do. I'll speak with grandfather.
I'm gonna grab a couple men, and I'm gonna grab a spear, and I'm gonna lead Oris away. But the minute we're on his sight, I'm just gonna stop. And, Oris, what the hell happened?
Just get me inside. Sir,
Oris,
lock me up for Thorn Seas.
I will do so, but well, march him out of the dungeon, and put him behind a locked cell. Uh,
He lets out a gusty sigh that reminds you of the sandstorm outside.
I'm gonna motion the men away, and I'm gonna stay there with him for a moment to talk to him.
Is this the one what John Sand was?
I don't recall. Did you really kill William Derry?
Fuck no, I didn't. Seven
I-
hells,
I-
Luke.
I've seen you argue before. I know you have a temper, but I couldn't imagine you actually hurting the man.
No. They killed him. It's just them. Some
Who?
other lack of cunts. I don't like talking about it, Luke.
I know, Oris, but you're not a murderer. You're a hero. You're a part of the family, practically.
Just a bastard headed to the wall.
And the wall needs strong bastards, but you didn't kill him. Well, I'll have you some proper food brought. Oh shit! What was best I gotta say?
She's still here, ain't she? Don't
Yeah.
tell her.
Oh,
All right. I'll keep it
Absolutely.
quiet as much as I can. A few of the men saw, but I'll have a word with him personally. I don't think he's going to say anything. We're going to figure this out, Oris, okay?
I don't know what's to figure, but sure.
Oris, yeah. Sit tight. I'll have one of my people bring you food. So, best as I know.
Thanks, Luke. You think Adam saw me?
Yeah. He's going to be down here, I'm sure, in just fucking any moment.
Adam did stay where he was. He watched them go, but he has been kind of gaping distressedly like a fish at Raina for what the fuck? Help.
Or I know this. If you had killed William Derry, you'd have a reason. You'd have fucking told me. You didn't do this. Justice needs to be served one or the other, so.
When you confirm that Adam saw and is gonna be coming, etc., he just slides down the wall to sit with his manacled hands up on his knees, and it's like a sigh that just deflates him.
I could demand nobody sees you, Oris, but I don't think Adam's going to particularly pay attention to that.
Probably not.
Oris, you're with friends. We're going to figure this out. We're going to get you out of this.
He shrugs in an Orisian fashion.
I'm going to have some of the people that I and Lady Valena brought bring him some food, just so Lady Thassa's people are aware. That's our intrigue act. Is sneaking food to Oris without Bessinelli.
Yeah. And you guys are able to get food out to the stable as well.
what
where
does
they
Sir Alistair do? Are we expected to
Like-
bring him into the hall and all that?
he
He's
is
a
he is highborn and a knight. And you guys are down some guests that you were expecting, so there are rooms available. It certainly seems like he doesn't head over to the stable towards the lads or anything. He's clearly, after Oris is led away, he's clearly expecting kind of a secondary invitation, right? Into the keep and staying. It's like he's a
I
knight.
take hold of Adam's arm,
Raina.
at the elbow. Come, Sir Alistair, please, Come join us in the hall. We are celebrating our grandfather's 80th name day this week.
Makar, isn't it?
Yes.
I saw him at the Stepstones. And he gives a nod that might be a compliment. Like, it's probably as close as he comes to a compliment. But yeah, 40 years ago, Granddad fought in the Stepstones, and he, was there. So he just, like I said, he doesn't say anything. He just doesn't insult him after he says he's seen him fight, right? Like, and you're left with the impression that that's as close as this guy comes to a compliment.
All right, let's bring him in and get him settled with, at a table with some food. Keeping Adam attached to my side and hopefully.
Yeah, I get,
He's
Adam
like
in the
in
kind of
shock.
in that very quiet kind of head, it's like, there's no way he murdered some.
I know.
Let alone.
I know.
We're gonna sort this, right?
We're gonna definitely sort this. Yes. I go straight to Makar's side.
And yeah, throughout the getting him fed, etc., Sir Alistair is stiff and formal in an unpleasant way that is, at this point, certainly, hopefully, clearly not personal. He's just an unpleasant person, but he follows his, courtesies, right? And it doesn't seem to be like a drill sergeant putting on an act for the recruit. He just seems to be a deeply unhappy man. Is absolutely, the impression you are left with. So yeah, he takes his food, he gives an appropriate little, bow as necessary, yada yada, goes through the motions, and then seems perfectly content sitting and eating in silence. Yeah.
I will abandon him wherever we park him and tow Adam up to grandfather's seat.
Hey, Grandfather Makar is currently sitting there, just kind of soaking in the happiness of the evening.
Super!
He just looks that kind of quietly pleased again, instead of actively talking with anyone right now.
I deposit my brother next to Ferris.
Sort your man out.
You need to get your fucking man under control, Ferris. He is fucking off the chain.
Well, I mean, we just know that Adam is the wild card in that relationship.
And he's totally shattered right now.
So yeah,
Adam's very much looking very stunned.
Yeah, Ferris looks up with polite courtesy of hey, who was at the door, hun? And then he's like, oh shit, it was the cops or something, right? You see that look as he's idly curious and then alarmed. And he leans in and puts his arm through Adam's and leans next to him what was it?
The Night's Watch with Oris.
With the Aurochs?
Yes. The Sir Alistair there says he murdered Willie Will, but that can't be right.
That face.
He does seem the sort that could have killed someone in accident in a brawl, but not Wooly Will. Wooly Will's not the sort to accidentally die.
No.
Accidentally die.
Something is deeply amiss, and I need to get to the bottom of it.
So while he's updating Ferris, I go straight to grandfather's shoulder.
Yeah, and grandfather also looks up with the less kind of open curiosity of a guest wondering who was at the door, and the more professional curiosity of the Lord wanting to know who's been welcomed into his house. and just looks up as though expecting you to answer as you
Right.
approach.
And Raina puts her hand on his shoulder and leans down, and her face is absolutely serene, and she has the slightest smile. She's
Grandpapa, you know how Oris would never hurt a fly?
uh, this is her putting on the mask, right? Which she's had since she saw Oris.
Yeah.
So Alex is one of the Night's Watch. Seeks shelter from the storm. Reprieve
He
granted.
gives a pleasant nod, like, oh yeah, that makes sense, and also cool. I remember that name, right? He gives a satisfied nod.
He's transporting a murderer to the wall. And
Leave room in the dungeons.
It's Oris.
Gives you a squint, as though he may have misheard.
He says that he killed Wyvern. And that's all I know.
Willem is dead.
Yes.
We have one person's word for that, I guess. No, two. Oh no, wait. If Orin says so, it's true. So yeah. And then ignore me.
Willem is dead, and they say the Aurochs did it.
I don't know who they are, but yes. And I cast a glance at my husband. He sees right through my polite mask. He knows something is really, really, really wrong.
Yeah. And for the record, Lord Makar, this is Lord Trevor Jourdain of the Tor, would have been on the way here, and that's where the both of them were supposed to be staying. It is not like Lord Trevor to make a decision lightly, but I think he is mistaken. That's like the harshest thing he's ever said about a peer, right? like it's, see to it. Those are his instructions to Raina. See to it.
Period.
Can you make sure that Bessa is kept exceptionally busy?
7 hells. She'd try to break him out.
Her? I glanced towards Adam.
She needn't know. Just a killer from the Night's Watches in the dungeon is all the information she needs.
Alright.
If even that. See to it that they're all fed. Treat him as you would any other murderer. No blades, no opening the lock, but bring him extra food.
We'll shall see to it, Grandfather. Is she?
And as you leave, Grandpa has on his solar face.
Oh, he's thinking.
Because a game piece has been removed without his leave. And a game piece has been moved. And yeah, so he's clearly back to playing a bit of chess the moment you turn. Willis will come to check on Raina with his uneven gait and cane-assisted approach. And he also has on that perfect little smile, glancing around to see who's paying too much attention and what is the matter.
The Night's Watch has brought us a passel of criminals, a volunteer, and someone accused of murder.
I heard that they were traveling this way.
The murderer is, supposed murderer, is Oris.
This is a queer joke to make on your grandfather's name day.
Well, the Bells is dead. And someone says that Oris did it.
Lord Trebor and Lady Myria, did they travel straight here from Jordan? Oh, sorry, from Jordan lands. Out of character, yes, like that's the route that would make sense. They coming along the coast. So you guys didn't hear otherwise.
Right.
So he asked you, just did the crows travel straight here from Jordan lands?
I haven't gotten that far yet. I did not want to arouse Alistair's suspicion or interest.
I ask because Lord Trebor is not at home at present. He was taking Myria on a tour of the Reach, trying to find her a suitable husband.
So he wasn't there to pass sentence on a murderer.
No, he was traveling to the Reach some time ago. And I doubt he's be back yet. So,
Well,
there you go. Boom. Dropping some Reach knowledge on you.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
At some point, I'll return from the dungeon.
So you turn your back on the prisoner?
Yes.
And is Luke wearing armor?
No.
Okay, just no reason.
Losing the clothes again, really?
All right. Okay, I filed this away because it's important. But who would have? Would anyone else have the authority that to pass sentence on a murderer?
Their maester would have then been, as the steward of the place.
But he probably. I mean, statistically, wouldn't you just sit on that until the Lord got back?
Maybe not if the Night's Watch was coming by.
Or if we were paid.
I love that we have, like, so that just instantly, this was an inside job.
Well, keep in mind, he's not accused of killing a rando Will of the Bells.
Well, but the thing is,
Gary was a loyalist.
like, nobody else knows that except us and him.
That we are aware of.
Let's save the conversations for in character.
All
Let's
right,
not
all right.
get off track out of character.
All right. Let's regroup a bit. The siblings and spouses. Or
I
at
will.
least,
I will return to the group, I suppose, at some point.
let us congregate about where Adam and Ferris are. And I will make that happen through social circulating. I'll park my husband with it, and then I'll go get everybody else. Making eye contact and moving them all towards me.
The PCs are assembled. Most of your spousely NPCs are mingling to keep the party going, and that sort of thing.
I will give Lady Valeda a little. I'm gonna have to go deal with this. Can I give her the like bullet points, and I'm gonna go unless she wants to follow.
Yeah, she also kind of starts at the news.
Right.
Absurd.
Right? I mean,
I hope we needn't kill Nymaryen men-at-arms over this, but let me know if we must. She says lightly, meaning any other solution, just let her know, right?
And I give her a nod while calculating how many men we brought.
So, Maester Ferris, by all accounts, seems to be staying put. What does Bela tell Balin?
Yeah, I sort of give him the rundown as well. As I right before I go and try to organize a small security detail to kind of keep people away from the dungeons.
Yeah, he kind of is, I don't want to say half listening to you because that makes it sound dickish, but he's expecting like a small talk answer, right? So it kind of takes him a second to be poleaxed. Does that make sense? Like, it's like, oh yeah, okay, cool, that's fine, yeah. Right.
what?
Beg your pardon, love. Really?
Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself, but I saw it with my own eyes.
Strange. If he's to stay down there, I might visit him later. But let me know what we'll be doing.
Yeah, of course.
Good man.
And he reaches out and takes your arm for a moment as you go to leave. Who's going to tell Ned?
The Lord of Starfall is here.
I don't know yet.
It's his other best friend. These guys.
Well, then it shan't be me. I'll leave it to you lot to figure out.
Yeah.
And he sounds immensely relieved that your answer wasn't, you are, of course. Right? So he's just like, cool, done.
Luke, as he approaches,
Yeah.
shaking his head, sisters, we'll talk. Everybody's here.
All right, so you lot are assembled, we'll say in the hallway outside the feast hall. Ferris has...
I think Adam has been like nervously babbling under his breath the entire time, trying to like connect dots and figure out what to do.
Which is why Ferris is... Yeah. Which is why Ferris is still with you lot. He's like holding up Adam and guiding him a bit, and
I
grabbed one
look
of
at the group.
scrolls,
I look at Ferris. I look at Adam. I look back at Ferris. I look back at Adam.
What?
No, I mean, like, Adam's not like he's not wilting or anything. He's just like he's going into I must prove this man's innocence mode. So he's pacing and so on. So he's probably having to be held. It's not so much held up, but like sort of held still and in one place and kept from running to the dungeon.
Grounding him.
So Maester Ferris looks up as the last of you arrives and just says, has anyone told Lord Edric, Sir Robert, or Lady Bessa?
Or not?
No. I'm having the Aurochs fed by my personal servant, so Lady Bessa need not know of it. At his request.
Grandfather says she doesn't need to know. All she needs to know right now is that we have the Night's Watch brought a murderer, and that's what's in this who's in this
This is really bad.
I spoke to him.
What did he say? Is he alright? Well, I mean, obviously he's not alright, but did he say what happened?
He's not alright. He said somebody has killed or hurt Willie Will. He was not part of it. He was too upset to talk about the details, though. So he must be close by.
Wait, killed or hurt? I mean, those are very different things. Is Will alive?
Killed. Will is not alive.
Oh no.
Alright.
I don't know the details. He was too upset to talk about it. He has just resigned himself that Orisian way he does to bury to carry this weight. But he didn't do it. I asked him flat out. If he had done it, he had told me. I know that in my heart. Oh, he's a big, strong guy. He could have got in an argument. They fought before. He could have accidentally murdered Willie Will, but he didn't do that. He told me.
If we can't prove outright here that he's innocent, there must be some way to get Sir Alistair to release him to us. Surely, there must be something.
Wait. We need to know more about what happened and who accused him.
We do.
And
we do.
who brought sentence against him, since the Lord of Jourdain is not currently home. He is still touring the Reach.
I see.
He'll talk to me. I'm sure he will.
Who would have done it? A Castellan? A Maester?
The Maester, possibly.
Yeah, when in doubt, it would be like a Maester or Steward, or the Man-at-Arms, Master-at-Arms. Those are the two figures that are that can be kind of temporarily granted the right of pit and gallows in the name of their lord.
Who's the Maester there right now? I look at Ferris.
Ferris.
House Jourdain of the Doors, Lord Trevor. Then, Maester Evan.
What do you know about him?
I believe he graduated 15 or 20 years before me. I only got the briefest of looks at the assignments in Dorne before being sent to Bittergrove. I know little more than his age.
Before becoming a maester, was he affiliated with any of the houses?
Those records were not. Those records are not public. Out of character, like they're definitely somewhere, but he just
Right.
kind of got a short like cheat sheet, right? But I know not.
I want to give Adam a look like this guy who's here. How would you trust him?
What do you mean? What guy?
I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna look at Ferris and be like, is this guy in this shit with us or what?
Adam would give a look like, how dare you even like insinuate you're talking with us?
They're having look tops.
Okay, because Luke's about to say some shit that's pretty sensitive, so
Yeah, Adam's very much going to give a look of anything you can say to me, you can say in front of him.
I'm glad we have practiced this telepathy.
I mean, like you said, you only gave a look, so like this is that.
Well, yeah. It's glare at him and look at you like, Okay, so
Totally stuck.
Okay, I guess what Adam will say that outright. Then anything you can say, anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of him.
very well. We need to keep in mind, Wooly Will was not Wooly Will of the Bells.
Has Adam told Ferris this? Have any of you told spouses these things?
Luke would totally just said all this to Valeda because he talks a lot when he has sex.
That's an odd
Maybe
topic.
like cuddling, he'd be like, by the way, Wooly Will is fucking totally Gary.
Just going away at the wedding night and like, hey,
Yeah,
you
like,
know,
by the way,
but yeah, it's like who is like honestly, who has told partners things?
I'll let the girls go.
I-
Let the girls go first.
Sure, let's go oldest to youngest.
I don't think she's told him because it's not her secret to tell.
Okay, Bela.
Oh goodness. I think if it ever would come up to talk about Willy Will, I probably would have. But if the subject didn't come up, like if we never just talked about Oris and Willy Will going around, I might
Wouldn't
not.
just mention it. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have just crossed my mind. Oh, by the way, here's this, gossip. But like
Right.
if there was some like plot point,
Do
and
we
maybe
do we want to ask chat, or do we want to ask chat to roll a die or something to go 50-50s?
yeah, let's go 50.
Do you want to leave it to chance? Okay, chat, give me a number between 1 and 6.
Or maybe just lows and highs.
We'll do
Okay.
even odd. And by chat, I mean not the players, because the players just saw the call put into Discord.
Okay.
All right. So, odd number means at some point it came up. You may have been
Yeah.
discussing a Master at Arms. You may have been discussing Hedge Knights, whatever. But at some point, it came up enough that you were like, speaking of Willy Will,
Yeah.
right? And
you
so,
know who's
okay.
a secret Targaryen loyalist.
All right, and
Yeah.
then Luke says he has told Valena.
Yeah, as far as Luke is concerned, there's no family secrets. And she's
All right.
100% in. They would have talked about it by now.
So, did Adam tell Maester Ferris?
So I'm thinking, yes, but like not just out of nowhere. Similarly to what you said with Bela, just there'll have been a conversation that got a little too close, and Adam was like, "There is some information that I could tell you right now about this, but you need to like double dog swear to never tell anyone. Like I know you're sworn to this house and like loyal personally, but I need you to actually seriously swear to me on your life you'll never say this information to anyone else ever," kind of thing. And once
Sure.
he had agreed to that, he would tell him.
No. All right.
Love it.
Because I figure like they've been together over a year. Like they're like he trusts him very deeply. So
So, as Luke and Adam are exchanging conversational glances, Ferris will just. I know who Oros's father is, and I know who Oros's father isn't, if that's your concern, sir.
It was more of a Sir William, uh, Sir William
Yes.
Will's identity, but yes.
That would be who his father isn't.
Ah, then yes. We do that in mind as well.
Yeah, out of character, Strongboar's still just floating around. He's like helping the guards on the walls or whatever right now. So he's still here. He just hasn't been as loud as normal.
That's fine with me. I just thought of him.
I probably recruited him to be one of the special guards down in the dungeon.
All right. Yeah. So, are you lot heading that way, or?
I think if we all go down there together, it's gonna be really suspicious.
Yeah.
I tell you, he does not want to talk about it.
Well, he's gonna have to because we have to figure out what happened so we can get him out of this.
Okay.
Raina, let me go down and talk to him.
He really doesn't want to talk to you, Adam.
What
Wait,
about?
Did he say he didn't want to talk to me?
He was concerned that you knew about this. Yeah.
Dude,
Let's
so
just tried.
He doesn't want you to look upon him negatively.
oh, for fuck's sake, he knows we're way beyond that.
All right.
I'm not saying don't go down there. I'm just telling you, he's
Well,
gonna
if
feel.
If it's not me, it should be Raina.
Well, I think maybe both of you should go down there. I'm just telling you how he's gonna feel, so you can be ready for it.
All right.
Just please,
We'll
Raina.
both go.
I'm asking you.
It'll be the two of us. We can't all go. That's just. I could be spending time with my little brother, talking about house management somewhere else.
If anything,
Dungeons are a great place to do that.
Right?
well, if anything, it could look suspicious, and he would be overwhelmed if there were more.
So, sounds like Raina and Adam. What are Luke and Bela doing? Like going back to the party, or
Pep reading contest?
Going to be at the party, but also spending some time making sure to keep tabs on our new visitor so that he's not like wandering around or anything.
Sir Alistair's just sitting. He sits and he eats, and then he just sits and drinks.
Okay.
He seems to just be, and he's very still like straight backed. Like he looks and acts like a drill sergeant in modern parlance, right? And he just doesn't seem to turn that off. So he certainly isn't enjoying himself, but he doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. He's like, yes, this is nice, right? And he's just kind of sitting.
It's warm. He has food. He has drink.
So is anybody talking to Alistair Thorne or the other Night's Watch?
I was done with him.
Or, okay. Well then, let's go to the dungeons first. Also, Adam, are you sending Ferris off or wanting him to come with?
I think he's not going to he's not going to ask Ferris to come, but if Ferris really wants to come, he's not going to stop him. But like
Ferris
the
does not.
assumption is he's going to say like I'll be back soon, I promise.
Yeah, Ferris does not. So yeah, he will just head.
Please keep an eye on things up here.
Of course. And he gives your hand a little squeeze.
Adam squeeze back and kind of give him like a brief peck on the cheek before he leaves with Raina.
All right, down to the dungeon then. You guys show up. There are a couple of your garrison troops standing outside, like one on each side of the door, into the dungeon, which is shut. And then inside, you hear the conversation before you even get there. The Strongboar is like, just come on, Horace. What happened? Just tell me what happened. Tell them what happened. Tell someone what fucking happened. Come on. no one but me could clap you in iron if you didn't want to be, right? And that sort of cajoling of, like, how the hell did you get arrested? Right? And, that type of thing. And Oris is just sitting, like, slumped down. He's got his arms up on his knees and his head down on his arms, and is just, like, waiting for Hall to run out of air, which is not a thing that's going to happen. Just ask Philea. um,
Oh.
so yeah, and then the Strongboar, when you come in, is just like, this one's not saying a fucking word.
That's quite all right, Sir Lyle. If you could open the door and then leave us.
Right, who you lot want us to let in?
Only family.
He gives a matter-of-fact nod, and then heads out to the hallway and shuts the big door. He does not lock it. It locks from the outside, but he doesn't lock you guys in here.
Okay, so
Oris,
I just wanted to check. So we're actually like in the cell.
you are in the dungeon area. Oris is in the one cell that has a person in it. You guys are in like the hall between the handful of cells.
Alright, Adam wants to go in the cell, so how do we make that happen? If at all.
I mean, if anyone has the keys, it's you lot. You could have gotten it from. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, I didn't realize.
All right, I will have grabbed the keys on the way in. How about
it's just
that?
fine.
Yeah,
Oris doesn't move. He looks like he's trying to be a rock, or so he's
Yeah.
just sitting there, not yeah.
I'll unlock the cell.
yeah. Adam is going to go in and just, like, kneel down next to him. And just kind of put his hands just like lightly on his forearms. And do it, like, this is the kind of, like, hey, big guy.
You get a just a big sigh.
And, like, Adam's, like, he's not going to, like,
Say
start
anything.
badgering him right away. He's just going to, like, be making some, what he hopes will be just some friendly, reassuring contact, and just kind of probably slightly awkwardly hug him.
Just go away, Adam.
No,
Go
never.
upstairs to. Well, I know it ain't a tourney, because I know tourneys, but whatever party's on.
Shh.
And I'll go north, and nobody needs to worry no more.
Don't be
And Wooly
absurd.
Will's death goes unavenged.
Yeah, what she said.
He finally lifts his head to see who else is here, because like he knew it was gonna be Adam. He knows Adam's walk, etc. Weren't me what did it.
We know.
that.
We know that. That was never in doubt.
But we need you to tell us who did, so that we can prove that you didn't do it. I'm not letting you take the fall for something you didn't do. Neither is anyone else in the family. You're one of us, and we're going to protect you.
I don't want to tell the story once, but I ain't gonna tell it twice. Whoever's
Well, then-
gonna hear should come be here now. And he's got that look, the same one that's like, no one will knight me but blank. Right? He's like, look, I'm not going over this whole thing multiple times. It sucks to talk about.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no, like Adam understands. They'll look to Reyna. Like, I can stay here if you want to send for Luke and Bela. Or we could do this now and then we can tell them.
Let's do that.
Right. So, like, Adam's gonna shift to, like, sitting next to Oris, because, like, doesn't know how long this is gonna be, but he's gonna just keep that contact of just, like, his hand on his arm the whole time.
he looks thoughtful for a moment. His brow furrows. Did the other lads going in the stable, did I see Starfall stuff?
Did
Ned's
indeed.
here.
Piss. Don't tell him neither, yeah? I told Luke not to tell Bessa.
We're not going to tell Bessa, but if there's a chance that Ned can help with this, then I may have to say something. But we're not going to go blabbing it around everywhere.
Fine.
Need to know.
So what you want to know?
Why don't you start at the beginning of how this happened?
Alright, I was heading to the Lannisport tourney. He says it like everybody knows there was a big tourney in right? The Lannisport tourney. I was heading to the Lannisport tourney and just didn't make the trip. Shit, 1 second.
What do you mean didn't make the trip?
Sorry, I tabbed to the wrong thing. And tabbed away from where I left the story. So I was heading up, and Argilac come up lame. Argilac was the mule that used to pull his stuff. So I just turned back, and there's me and Big Dumb Lionel, most expensive wagon puller ever. Lionel's the master-crafted destrier, like the most expensive horse. So we just turn around and head back, right? And then Woolly Will's cross because I'm back early, and I ain't bring no extra coin. And I'm cross because we got plenty of coin, because just done the tourney. Anyway, we're fine on coin. The old man eats a lot, and I eat my fair share, but we don't eat that fucking much. We're fine. I can miss a tourney. So I take some coin, and I head into town. And then he kind of looks up at Reyna, like he's going to pretend that he's not talking to Adam for this part.
Okay.
So I come back with Laurel from the docks, and she's a good enough gal, but Willie Will's mad because she don't visit him none, and she's only here because your coin. And I said, you're only here because of my coin. And then we fucked like the old man weren't living there too. And I'll admit I was in my cups, and I'll admit so was she, and likely so was he. But then I drunk more because I'm cross at missing the tourney. You know how them Westerlanders are with their coin. You could take it from them easier than anything. So I'm already mad, and I had to put down Argilac, and you lot know I had him forever. And I'm just not in the mood for Will's shit. So, sure, I drunk till I slept, right? And I don't know how many bottles it was I finished. And then I wake up, and Laurel's gone, because of course she is. But I wake up because I hear yelling and fighting and such. And I roll over and I puke, and then I'm up, and I get out in the yard, and there's Will fighting 6 fellas, fucking 2-penny cut purse types, all cheap cloth, stupid little knives. They got these cudgels, and one of them's down, and they're beating on him, and I hit him, and they scatter, and they took the 2 of them we felled. So weren't nobody there but me and what's left of Will, and they just bashed him. And you know him. He's got the hardest head. And it was broke anyhow. And then the guards show up, and I'm there, and my hands are bloody, and Will's head's staved open, and ain't nobody listening to me. And they say Kinslayer, and Laurel didn't want to tell him nothing, but she tells him the truth. She's not a bad girl. She's just not the Marion type, but she don't lie, 'cause they made her swear the 7 and such. And she says, we was drunk, and we was fighting. And then nobody would listen. And And I know I could have called for trial by combat, but I ain't gonna kill some knight just over something he didn't do. I gotta protect the innocent, and that includes them. And I don't know what to do, and then here comes the Black Brother, and they're saying it's off with my head for kinslaying, or I can go to the wall. And I figure at least I can, you know, fight wildlands and such. So I just tells him I'll take the black. And anyway, I told him I'd do it, and now it's done with. So just let me stop talking and let me go north.
Boris, who pronounced sentence upon you? You
Uh,
keep saying they.
the maester, the Lord weren't there. I actually rode with Lord Trebor part of the way. He was heading up to the Reach when I was heading to Lannisport. And when Argilac come up lane, I politely took the Lord's leave because I wasn't escorting him and his girl no more. So the Lord wasn't there, and the Maester was left in charge, and
So was this Mr. Evan?
I don't know.
House Jourdain's Maester?
I just, not like I hang out with Maesters.
I mean, you don't have to hang out with someone to know their name, but never mind. Like, Adam's, like, going to look to Reyna.
Had you had? Where were you? Where were you living? Were you guys just staying at a place in town, or?
No, we got I don't know, just, it's our little house out of town a bit. Down in Sprayside Village. I know I weren't supposed to tell nobody that, but
Right.
don't matter now, because Will's dead. So, if you could go there and bury him, that'd be nice.
We'll make sure that he's taken care of, if he hasn't already been.
I should have buried him. I just didn't. I sat with him instead. And I had to put down Argilac the week before, and then I sat there with Will dead and just, I should have run or got his books for him or something, and all the stuff your grandfather said to do, I didn't do, because I just tried to hold his head together. And then I heard the horns and then the guards, and I know I'm stupid. I didn't do what I'm supposed to, so just let me go north. Let me die the wall.
Boris, it's alright. You didn't do anything wrong. So. Sorry, I'm being quiet to like give Reyna time to speak, but I don't know if you actually want to speak.
It's not right for you to take the black for something you didn't do. And it's not right for you to take the black out of guilt of what happened. I'd like to try to get this overturned. Because you're one of us. A
And even if
maester's
we can't-
sentence. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
A maester's sentence is not the same as a lord's sentence, especially when the lord is not at home. I feel like we may have something to work with there.
And look, even if what Reyna says, we're going to do everything we can to clear your name, and I swear on my life, even if we can't, we will figure something out. You could come back to Harrenhal with me. It's a big old castle, like no one's gonna know you.
I gave my word. I told him I'd take the black instead of losing my head. Just,
You were made to make that choice under duress. Like,
The only. Sorry.
Are you okay?
How far from here is Sprayside Village?
We're gonna go with a couple days ride because maps are dumb.
We could. Mm.
All right. We will take this information to grandfather.
Tell him that they got the books. All them books he was always so worried about, and making Willem read and making me try and read, and all them books is in the Jourdain's stuff. He'll want to know. And tell him I'm sorry. I know he told me grab them and take them and such, but they got the lot of them.
It's all right.
It's not. Lord Makar won't say so, but
We can get them back.
Look, books can be replaced. You can't.
That was a very Arisian snort.
not these books. And bastard hedge knights bound for the wall is lost.
Yeah, I mean, like, hold on. In character, like, do we know what books he's talking about?
Nope.
Never heard of him.
You know
Okay.
that.
We now
Or
know
is-
everything he knows about him.
Yeah.
Or is what
No.
like, why are, if, why are those books not replaceable? What was in them, Oris?
All them journals and such from your uncle.
Wait, which uncle?
Jothos? Out of character. Lord Jothos Valerian was the elder brother of your uncle Montford
Right.
and was due to be Lord of Driftmark. He was a childhood friend of Aerys Targaryen, his cousin, and
Oh,
was the Red Cofferer under Aerys, which is
Fuck.
not the Master of Coin or Master at Arms. It's a little bit of both. He's like the head of the bank. He's
Yeah.
in charge of the vault and the coffers. And he was supposed to have died in the sacking of King's Landing.
Sure. So you're saying those books have secrets in them? Is that what you're saying, Oris?
I mean, I'm guessing your grandpa didn't have me and Willie Will both looking over him just out of fondness and the like, but I mean, I don't know what you know about him and don't, and I didn't read him real good, but
Okay.
and I read him some, the ones what weren't in code and such.
They were
Willie
in
Will,
code.
yeah, and that's why Willie Will and me was supposed to keep him for so long, and Willie Will was reading them as best he could, because Grandpa figured, or that is, your Lord Makar figured, that there's not much else that the one-legged old man could do. So Willie Will sat there with that red book and with the rest of them, and he just tried to figure stuff out. And I don't think he ever
Yeah.
made much headway, but
Reyna, we need to
Yeah.
get those back too. Like, I know how to break codes. But even regardless, we need those back, as well as
We need
as
to
well as
first. All right. That red book and the rest of
Adam, that sounds to you like the red book is the cipher.
it. Right.
yeah. Like, there was a similar thing when was it the butcher had a red code book as well? I might have just inserted red in there, but
He did have a
Anyway.
code book for them to exchange.
yeah.
So that sort of cipher is a common thing, but this one sounds like is a whole book.
Yeah.
It might be a little more complicated.
Yeah.
But
All
he
right,
just
Boris.
looks up and he goes, Why?
Why?
I mean, why do I know more about these books than you? I'm not supposed to know more about books than Adam does. I'm not supposed to know more about books than anybody.
Well, it
Because you
seems that
live.
grandfather or Willy Will or both probably told him not to tell us about it. They probably contain information that they didn't want us to know.
And that's why we didn't know they existed. Nonetheless, we'll get them back, so don't worry about them. We will get those back. And we'll take care of Woolly Will's remains.
I know where there's a bit of one. Like, the ain't... that the Jordanes ain't got locked up in the Tor. I mean, kind of a bit of one.
Right.
One of them weren't in code, and Woolly Will made me practice letters, so I was just writing it a lot.
Copying it?
Yeah, but I just for practice, like.
Right, your copybook. That's how we were taught to write as well.
And it might tell you what's in them or something.
Where's that one?
You're gonna laugh, but it's up in the rafters of the Sprayside house. Woolly Will couldn't reach, and I used to hide it up there so that he wouldn't see how bad my writing was. So I bet they didn't take it, even if they took the rest.
How could they see it up there?
Right.
Nobody. You're the largest man we know. I don't think anybody else could have seen anything up there.
Right, I think we need to find some way to get Sir Alistair to let us
get us time.
Because he's not going to hang around for the time it'll take for us to go.
Well, that's not a problem that Oris can help us with.
No, I know it's not. I'm just saying to you right now.
Right. Oris? Where's the food? Was there a tray brought to him?
His plate is empty. It was empty when you guys showed up.
All right, good. At least he's eating, so he's not completely down the well of depression.
Do you need any more food, Oris?
I mean, probably.
You can always eat. We'll make sure you get plenty. All right.
I could do with some wine.
Really? What's he done with his XP? He's got XP. Has he not bought off this thing yet?
I mean, like, we've given him destiny points before.
Does it sound like the thing his bloodline would do to buy off a disadvantage like that?
But by the way, if I know Luke, there's probably a busty chick heading to the dungeons now of wine for Oris.
Well, you will get wine. You
can have some
you're
wine.
Wyvern's rest. Everybody gets wine.
But do not, like, you're not getting enough to drink yourself into oblivion, Oris. That's not going to happen. Sorry.
We have to have enough to sell. We've got bills to pay. And I tell us what his
We're
bills
barely
are.
scraping by, Oris. You better not have 2 drinks.
I mean, that wasn't the tone that Adam was giving, but it's fine. Adam's much more like, I'm trying to take care of you. You like, let yourself be loved, you oaf.
All right, I'll have water and towels sent down to you. Comb. Can't gift you a knife, so you can't trim up your hair or anything. But you can get clean after all that rain, and we'll send down some fresh clothes.
And some wine.
And some wine.
I
All right.
really missed you.
All right.
He just gives Adam a look instead of like saying anything back.
We're gonna fix this, I promise. I know you think it's not possible and you don't care and all and all that, but we're gonna fix this.
Can't tell you a lot not to, I guess.
Goddamn right.
Tell us all you want.
Just don't go killing nobody. The lads in the stables ain't a bad sort.
Nobody's gonna get killed.
All right.
I think that's a strong promise, but
I mean, Adam's not promising that, he's just saying it's...
You two are there, can tell whatever you want. Me and Baylor are simultaneously going, yeah.
Right, fine. Like, I can't promise that there won't be harm done, but I will do my best to minimize it. Alright?
he's not a mayhem kind of guy.
No, it's not all right. You can't go killing men bound for the wall to free me and keep me from going to the wall.
Oh no, we're not.
Them lads didn't do nothing. All right,
We're
they
not-
did
We're not
that
gonna...
wrong, but
I
you know
don't-
what I mean.
We're not gonna touch any of it. Like, they've got nothing to do with this. If we have to fight anyone, it might be Sir Alistair, but we're not... Like, we're gonna try really hard to not have it come to that.
But that bring the whole realm down on you lot.
Like, Oris, you're creating problems that don't exist yet.
I'm just saying, don't go killing Night's Watch members.
We're not going to kill a Night's Watch member. We've literally just been talking about how we're going to try and do this legally.
Like Calugas.
I have more assets at our disposal than just our blades and Bayless spear.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, if we give Sir Alistair enough gold, he will go on his merry way without Oris. Everyone has a price, Raina, and you know it.
Just then, there is a knock on the door that is very much not the strong bore. It's a short, sharp knock, and you hear the strong bore lift his voice and go, "It's Philea with some wine."
Excellent. All right,
Let her in.
let her in, and we'll exchange the wine for us, and then we'll go.
All right, so Philea checks the door open after it is unlocked, etc., etc. She's got, she just brought a difficult to carry. It is so full, like I don't know, pitcher or whatever, and carefully sets it down, looking kind of hesitantly, like she wants to say something to Oris, and just kind of catches herself and doesn't, and then just gives a bow that's kind of mean to a guy headed to the wall on accident, I guess, now that I think about it. A little curtsy type, and then she takes off. Strongbore locks the, or waits for you two to leave and goes, "Can I go in there and try to talk sense into him, or did you lot already give it your all?"
I think you... Oh, go ahead.
What is said between knights is best kept between knights. But at least now we know what happened, and come
He
to me
didn't,
later, and we'll.
he didn't kill Will, did he?
No.
Of course not.
All right.
I would advise you not to ask him lots of questions. Just let him have a bit of quiet time.
All right.
If you've got some dice on you or something, maybe, like, distract him a bit.
All right. And no one else in or out but
Family.
family. All right. He gives a nod. Like, there aren't many people that can get through that door with the
Yeah.
strongboard there. So,
All right.
All right. Meanwhile, what was going on upstairs with Luke
I gotta.
and Sir Alistair Thorne? Because it sounded like in chat that was the plan.
Yeah, what was I doing? Sir Thorne, Sir Alistair, the prisoner, I spoke with him. I have a hard time believing he's guilty of the crimes that he's accused of. What do you know about his crime?
I know he's a bastard that killed his father. Not the first, and he shan't be the last.
Yeah, that part I don't quite buy. I knew them. I knew them together. They could fight occasionally. They could argue, and should he accidentally kill the old man, I wouldn't be too surprised. But he went to war. He's an honorable knight, or was at one point, and he says he didn't do so. Who exactly brought the accusations against him? Do you recall?
I wasn't there.
I understand. Can I offer you something to delay your departure from Wyvern's Rest, so we can investigate the matter?
The storm would likely slow us anyway. Fine. We'll wait until the storm's clear and one day after.
Very well. We'll look into it. The wall has needed strong men, such as him, but if he didn't commit the crimes he's accused of, I'd want his return to the wall to be voluntary, not forced. If that makes sense.
What makes sense to me does not matter in Dorne. If you wish to trouble yourself with a bastard hedge knight, do so. I will eat your food and drink your wine for a few days and call it a gift to the Night's Watch.
And it is. Yes, we'll have our queries, I suppose, and you can enjoy a few days out of the sand and the wind.
Yeah, you were just absolutely getting an I don't fucking care vibe from him.
That's all I got.
He's just like, he's like he only cares why people are bound to the wall so he can know which ones to like keep a special eye on, right? You know, so like otherwise he's just like, look, I don't care what they did, I don't care why they're going there, I don't care if they did it or not, it's just my job to take people's garbage back north.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
right?
I'm not mad at him for doing it. It's what he did. He showed up there like, get a murderer.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to meet up with Bela, I suppose. Everyone else is came downstairs. Well, our Knight of the Watch does not seem to care too much one way or the other. He's going to be here for a few days. We can look into what happened.
Okay. Does he have any information on what happened with the
No.
horse? No.
He doesn't seem to care either.
Okay.
He shows up and takes out the trash. He doesn't seem that particularly interested in what happened to get into the trash.
Well, then that could be good if we can find a way to show Horus did not do what he's accused of. Maybe he won't care if then Horus doesn't continue traveling with him either.
Yeah, he doesn't seem that invested in it. So we can keep him here for a few days. We'll provide him lodging. We'll provide him food. Right now, approved, of course.
Okay. Jourdain's not too far, but a couple days it'll be tight for us to ride there and back.
Well, I brought boats.
Okay. The storm's pretty bad.
More wind to propel us.
What direction, brother?
I'm a new sailor.
I thought thought you had learned to sail. What the
I
hell?
learned wind is good. What do you want from me?
Oh, I forgot you learned from Uncle Orain, so okay, this makes sense. Sorry, I'm not here. I should shut up.
We can see what the best method is. We'll take a better look at our options.
Ray and Adam are talking with him now. He did not want to talk about it when I was down there.
He doesn't seem to want to talk about much of anything ever, so I'm
No.
not surprised.
Very true.
You're right, but with this, he's ashamed. He feels, I don't know. I don't know if he feels he should have protected Wooly Will. We keep using that name, Wooly Will, or what? But there's definitely shame there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not the shame of a murderer, but the shame of somebody who felt to protect a friend. I think.
Yeah.
We'll talk to the others, but somebody going for Wooly Will could be. Well, we'll talk to them when they come back up here and see what they have to say.
Yeah. We'll learn more in a little bit, I'm sure.
You talked to your husband yet?
I mean, I briefly mentioned what was going on, but that's it.
And then, as if on cue, Reyna and Adam return. So are you guys like at the edges of the feast hall? Like
Right.
you two while you're waiting for them? Okay, so
Yeah.
all right, that's the stage. You guys are at the
And
edge of the
here
feast
they
hall.
are now.
Yep.
Sister, brother,
Hey.
I assume you spoke to the Aurochs.
We
Yeah.
did.
I assume he did not confess to your murder.
Of course not. He didn't murder anybody.
You told
Wow.
us what happened, though.
I don't know about anybody, but nobody innocent.
Has he murdered anyone? He's fought people.
Yeah, he's killed a lot of people. He hasn't murdered anyone.
That I'll
Which-
believe.
There are several different.
Oh, come on, that like doesn't.
Role play. Don't worry about it. I'm talking to chat.
We're clearly using different definitions for murder here.
All right, so Will is definitely dead.
William Derry.
Wooly Will.
No, William Derry. He had a goddamn name.
Luke.
I know, and I tried to do my best to get my voice down, but this is goddamn our own house, or was at one point.
He was slain by 6 men.
6 men. What, 6, what bandits happened upon him?
Bandits, basically, yes.
Basically. Just
But
And he was drunk and disorientated, and so was not able to properly defend himself.
or whatever. How sure are we that they were just bandits and not somebody else?
I mean,
We're not, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, it does matter. It matters a lot.
Well, we can't know. We literally cannot know.
That is one thing, but it matters a whole other thing.
okay, it matters, but we don't.
Okay, but we don't know. Okay, that's fine.
6 men, 2 of which they downed, but they took the downed men with them when they scattered after Oris arrived.
Do bandits do that?
Are you going to let Reyna describe what happened and finish?
Apparently fucking not.
And then the guards came, and it all went down from there because
They had nobody to blame but the big burly guy with blood on his hands, I assume.
pretty much, and the girl who he had had over the evening before told the truth.
Who?
Whenever they got home, Oris and Will had a big argument, and then
They've argued before.
they argue all the time, but
Yeah.
these people don't know him or Will.
A man will argue with his father occasionally, I assume, but
It looked bad, basically.
And then,
Well, especially with the assailants taking all the bodies away with them.
Mm-hmm.
right. So there was no proof of any other person being there. And there was, the maester was there, and the Night's Watchman was there, and
I see.
they gave him the choice, and,
Was Louisville missing anything? A coin or a prize purse or something along those lines?
I don't
No.
know where their coin went. I'm assuming it was taken by the guard. They
Was
did
there
have
any-
a coin.
Was there anyone there to see what happened?
No.
Just Oris.
Just
The
one.
girl apparently, or she was nearby.
Yeah, who's this
No,
girl?
she wasn't nearby. They questioned her later after Oris told
She
them.
was that evening, but not during the fight. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, she was gone by the time that this happened.
Argument, man, it's not sufficient evidence for murder.
When you team it up with being found with bloodied hands holding the man's body later, it doesn't look good. Look, that's
No, if there had been evidence, there were 6 or more men there. The
which they have
room
no
they were
evidence,
in.
They have no proof.
Oris has no evidence of that. So the
Oh,
I'm saying
Right.
like I don't Guards made the right call, but they literally have nothing else to go on.
Out of character, as a quick reminder, this is Westeros, not CSI.
yeah.
They don't really do evidence.
I'm just trying to address.
Ash, I'm not arguing with you. I'm reminding everybody. Just remember that stuff like evidence and proof only exists to strengthen the word of whoever has the highest status and is making a claim, right? Like, if it's 2 knights disagreeing, then sure, some evidence or proof matters. But for the most part, it's a very simple medieval justice system where it's like, hey, his knuckles are split open and bloody. This guy got beat to death by what looks like fists. They were fighting the night before. They were kind of weird and didn't live close to anyone anyway. He's a bastard. We all know that they're born with sin in their
You
blood.
can't trust them. Yeah.
And right, so not like less so in Dorne, but still a lot. But I just don't want people to,
Right.
viewers especially, to forget that this isn't,
The
Law and Order or CSI. It's Westeros, where
And-
they're like, whatever, kill him.
There are no
could-
policemen.
well,
Yeah.
and
The lords.
conveniently for bandits carried away the 2 allies' bodies.
Correct.
Right.
And- They also have taken all of Willy Will's belongings and put them into the tour, which is a
And
problem.
we don't know what they've done with his body either. And some of those belongings may be important.
Like what? They had swords to them?
Some of his books, which, from
What
what
about
I
his
said,
books?
some of them contain codes, and these are books that I've never heard of these.
Codes to what?
Well, Oris can't read codes, so he doesn't know that. He
Who
doesn't
gave
know
him
what
these
his
books?
Grandfather.
grandfather did.
They
So-
were in
And he
Sorry.
told Will and Oris to look after them, and that if there was any trouble, they were to take those books and flee. So I'm certain that there's something important in there that the House Jourdain shouldn't be poking around in.
So, Will and Oris had secret coded books from grandfather when mysterious men attacked them and then pulled away all
They've
evidence.
had them for
They didn't have
years.
them on them; they were in the house.
They've had them for
So
years.
and the guards took those and gave them to presumably the Maester at House Jourdain, who is the person who charged Oris with the crime.
So really, all we need is a higher
see.
lord, or any lord, right?
Hello?
Well, we have higher lords, but politically, putting your neck out for a potential murderer is going to be rough. Grandfather might be able to pull that rank on him, but I don't know. I think we need to go there and see what's happening.
once there was a wedding in Will. Is that where the wedding was, Rusty?
I don't know what wedding you're talking about.
What, the one with the Lannister and the Scorpions?
That wasn't a Lannister, that was a Tyrell. And it wasn't a
Tyrell
wedding,
and the Scorpions.
it was an invasion. When the Reach invaded one time, and they were like, "Oh, you totally got us. Here's our castle." And they were like, "Lol, psych, Scorpions."
It was it doesn't matter. Nonetheless, it's Dorne, and things happen. But there will have to be some political maneuvering, yes. But it can absolutely be done. What we need to do is we need time.
How do you feel about the idea that the Lords of the Tor are in this conspiracy against us?
The Lord of Tor is not home.
Conveniently.
He hasn't been home for months.
Why do you think it's a conspiracy against us?
The books.
I don't think the books necessarily concern us. They may just contain secrets of some kind.
Okay. But if we're gonna make an assumption, are we gonna have to make the worst assumption or the best case assumption?
No, I'm not making an assumption at all. I'm saying we can't make an assumption because nobody knew that those, as far as we're aware, no one knew they existed. They just took everything in the house that included these things. It doesn't necessarily mean they were looking for them.
That's actually a good point. If grandfather gave him the books, he'll know who all knew they existed.
Probably.
We should ask grandfather about at least that part.
And I think, for my part, I am much more concerned with what is the quickest and easiest way for us to get Oris released into our care. Proving his innocence for me, just proving his innocence for me would be nice, but is not absolutely necessary.
With all due respect, Oris is something to disrupt the wall. He would do that well. If there's a wider conspiracy that threatens our family, we need to know about it. I want Oris to be free as well, don't get me wrong, but
I like to think if one of us was being sent to the wall, we would try and stop that from happening. So, Oris
sure. But we would also ask that next question: who did this to us and why?
I'm not saying we don't ask that question. I'm just saying that time is not on our side, and we may need to go for a blunt instrument if a more precise one is going to take longer.
You are right about that. I spoke to our gentleman from the wall. I bought us several days, but that's about it.
How many days?
Till the storm ends, plus 1 day.
Oh, well, who knows?
Now, that said, it's a long march to the wall.
There is a lot of time there.
But Oris, you will want Oris back in his custody at that point, yeah.
If it comes to that point, both I and Harrenhal are wealthy. I am prepared to just give him money to leave Oris behind.
He's a knight of the. He's a knight, sort of to the Night's Watch. He's not going to take a bribe.
Didn't you just bribe him to stay with basically nothing, a warm bed and some food?
I suggested he stay for the good of his people. You're talking about having him turn a murderer over for money. That's two different things. If you can do it, do it. But I'm just not.
You have revealed that he is persuadable.
All men are persuadable.
Exactly. Gold
but not all men will take coin for such a deed. Try it though.
Perhaps not, but in trying to offer gold, you usually learn what someone actually wants.
I suppose. That bribe the main people.
I'm just making it clear that I am not letting Oris leave with him no matter what. I'm just saying I am willing to go along with whatever maneuvering you lot want, but when Sir Alistair is leaving, Oris is not coming with him, and if I have to do something that is not in the plan, I'm going to do it.
Okay, so it sounds like time is of the essence. I'm going to prepare some horses for us.
Which as well.
Should be sand steeds as well for the terrain.
Of course. Yes, I will have them prepared for us. Get your things together. I will talk to Balin.
Then we are to head to the tour.
Yes.
Yes.
After I speak to grandfather and Willis.
No, we are speaking to grandfather of these books. I'm going to go with her.
Adam?
Yeah, me too.
All right. Bela, you can tell Balin to prepare the horses and
Yeah.
come with the siblings.
I'll do
just
that.
for
Yeah.
ease of stuff. And so, looking more and more like Lord Makar, with his solar face on, grandfather now looks pensive, sitting at his name day feast. Up at the high table, fingers are steepled, his brow is furrowed as he is deep in thought, and he eagerly looks up as you lot are approaching from, like, the crowd.
All right, grandfather. Oris has told us what occurred, how Willy Will met his end, and he's also confided that since he was arrested or taken into custody, all of Willy Will's possessions were also taken into custody.
Guys, Ash, please stop typing. Qatar, chill. Commentary is one thing, but, like, criticism and argument while we're trying to roleplay is something else. Okay? Let's...
I didn't start it.
I know you didn't. But let's just... everybody chill. So, Felicia, Reina was saying.
I wasn't even watching.
Don't worry about it.
Marina was saying,
When he was taken into custody...
Oris was taken into custody, and all of Will's and his belongings were also taken into custody by the men of Jourdain. And
Books.
Did the
taken
bastard talk about horses and armor or books?
books.
I see.
There's also, well, there's the books. And obviously the sentence was passed by the Maester, since Lord Trebor is not there. Trevor, I don't know why I say it. He
Well,
was
are
set
they,
upon-
grandfather?
He was set upon by 6 men with cudgels and basically beaten to death in the yard of the little house where they lived.
They also felt the need to take their wounded with them.
I see. What did the bastard tell you of these books?
That one of them is red, that some parts of them are in code, and that you told them to look after them.
And that they're journals of, I don't remember how you put it.
Jothos Valerian, your
Yes,
uncle,
and
the
that they
former
were,
Red Cofferer.
Red Cofferer.
and he mentioned they belonged to Jothos.
Grandfather, what's
Yeah,
happening?
Out of character, that was grandfather, like, finishing the sentence for you. Your uncle Jothos did not die when the Lannisters took King's Landing. He died 5 years ago in this Sprayside house. I left the books in the keeping of his friend, Willem Derry, and the boy, and the bastard, Horus the Aurochs.
Is the point beyond this a conversation that should not be had in company?
We already should not have spoken what we have. But our friends, family, and allies are smart enough to see when they should listen to us and when they should not.
And that
We
is
will-
who we have here.
Keep our voices low for the moment. And he lets out one of those old man deflating sighs. See to the books first, the bastard second. We need not make an enemy of the wall in this. But both the books and the aurochs are important.
Agreed.
Lucaris, what did Sir Alistair have to say to you at the end of the table?
He's no problem staying here for a few days and one after the storm passes. He's a little concerned what happens to the Aurochs, so long as the wall eventually gets its mandates required.
Bela, did you send your husband to speak with Oris, or...
No, he is preparing horses for us to ride.
Excellent. Good. I do not think that your trip should wait until dawn.
That was my thought as well.
If you go immediately, then.
And as he says that, a couple of Nymaryen men-at-arms come scuttling in from the hallway, rushing and clanking a bit, because like they're in their armor when they're on duty. And he comes quick walking, not running, right, but keeping professionalism, and quick walking up to the table with you lot and Grandfather Makar. And we're going to close the episode on the words, "My lord, there is trouble in the dungeon." Dun dun dun! And so, we will be back in, unfortunately,
A month.
4 weeks. We will not be having an episode in 2 Sundays because a cast member is busy with real life things. We will be back in 4 weeks to go see what the trouble in the dungeon is, to learn perhaps a bit more about your uncle Jothos Valerian, to learn a bit more about what might be in these books, to learn what's going on in Sprayside Village, to meet perhaps
Nothing.
Maester Evan, etc., etc., etc. So, thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you back here in about 4
Go
weeks.
ahead and kill Rusty.
You're welcome, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.